Three, two, one. All right, welcome to Mediocre Rumor Brothers. I'm Jordan, your host, and the team Corey, Edwin, and Udon. Today we'll have our special on the hit series Visions of Mana. Let's first go with the polls, and then I'll be passing it off to Udon. What is your favorite Mana series video game? We had Dawn of Mana, Adventure of Mana, Secret of Mana, and Rise of Mana. Winner was Secret of Mana. What do y'all think of that?
Well, considering that based on what I've researched of the game series, because this is my first one of the Mana series, Secret of Mana is hailed as like one of the best JRPGs. So I feel like that's the one that the general, audience, general people who play video games actually know exist, including me. I was aware of the name at least. I never actually played it, but Corey, as a consumer of the Mana series, is Secret your favorite?
Secret's. Is that the one that has Randy? Is that Secret of Mana is the first one, right? Because I know there's also Legend of Mana, and I think the
Secret of Mana was the first one that came out after it was Final Fantasy Adventure.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I played Legends of Mana on PS1. That was my first Mana game that I had. But Secret is pretty cool. I like the pixel art, and it's kind of interesting because as we're going to get into Visions, the art style has always been like very whimsical and very colorful, all the way back to like the Super Nintendo version. Like you can kind of see, even when you look at the old Super Nintendo version, that art style they chose to go with across the entire franchise has just never changed. Mm-hmm. It's very Zelda-like, and I like Zelda, so I can agree. I mean, I really like Trials of Mana because I just like the 3D action adventure side of it too, which is a very compared to what we're about to talk about, a very simplified version of that.
Alrighty then, I guess we'll just hop in and get started on this then. So yes, today is our breakdown of Visions of Mana, the latest in the Mana series, a JRPG series from Square Enix. This is a week late. Life got in the way. But as far as I'm concerned, everyone except for Edwin here has played and completed the game because Edwin didn't have time, but he has consumed some of the content so he can offer his insight on some of these things. But first, some trivia on some things of the things I had to look up about Visions of Mana. As I just said, I am not once again, this is another completely new series to me that I was aware of, but I had knew very little about. So, the Mana series, also known as Seiken Densetsu in Japan, was created by Koichi Ishii, and it is owned by Square Enix, but when it was originally created, it was only Square before they merged with Enix. It is a child of the Final Fantasy series, one of its many offspring at this point. It as it owes its roots to being Final Fantasy Adventure, was technically the first in the Mana series, was called Final Fantasy Adventure in 1991 for the Game Boy. This was followed by Secret of Mana in 1993 for the SNES, Trials of Mana in 1995 for the SNES again. There are a ton of titles in this series, so I'm not going to go over them all. From what I've seen, there are 17 titles in this series. However, that does include includes remakes. It includes remakes, so they aren't all original titles. I think there was about at least 3 or 4 remakes in there. The title Secrets of Mana stands out as one of the most popular. As I just said, people remember this one. Even the general audience has at least heard the name Secret of Mana. I know I have, even though I knew nothing about the game. I didn't know it was previously part of the Final Fantasy series. I didn't know anything about it, but I knew that name, and I knew people really liked that game. That was the only not the only reason, but that was part of the reason I was kind of excited to see Visions of Mana, to see like what came after, see what the brain just did a back
commotion.
Staples of this series. Well, yeah, commotion and like staples of the series of like what makes it popular. I did see that they're kind of up and down in terms of reception, but Secrets of Mana was definitely the most standout one. But today we're not looking at Secrets of Mana. We're looking at Visions of Mana, which released August 29th, 2024 for the PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. And I'm using them as a catch-all term. I'm talking about current gen hardware. It is our most current game, as it literally came out technically 2 months ago now, but pretty much in September, just on the cusp of it, anyways. It was created by Oka Studios, and Koichi, who was the original creator, did not direct this one. He was only one of the lead artists on it, I guess, overseeing mainly creature redesigns. The directors for this title were Ryosuke Yoshida and Kenji Ozawa. Unfortunately for Oka Studios, right after Visions of Mana came out, the studio was closed down. And it has nothing to do with Visions of Mana's success or failure. They're owned by NetEase, which some people might recognize that name. I know I do. And it was just part of a move for them to reduce investment in Japanese game development. While the overall sales of Visions of Mana is unknown, it sold roughly 40,000 copies on the PS4 and 5 within its first week. And was met with generally favorable. From what I saw, it was like between 6 and 8 out of 10s and like 3.5, usually like 3 to 3.5 out of 5s and stuff like that from various different outlets. So we're going to dive in and see what our opinions on this game are. Just out the gate, I was very pleased with this game. This is probably going to be a very positive discussion today. I don't think it's 10 out of 10 perfect or anything. It has its issues, but coming off of Metal Gear Solid, which I will address in a different episode, I feel like I was a bit harsh on that game. But coming off of Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil and stuff like that, where I felt frustrated at certain points, I don't think I've ever felt frustrated while playing this game at all. It was a kind of a relaxing experience, more or less. But anyways, as usual, I'm going to, since this is a JRPG and there is a lot of content in a JRPG, I'm sticking strictly to the main story. We are not addressing any side stories. I'm also going to be using a lot more generalized summary of each section, and we're not going word by word for every single conversation or be here all day. And especially even like bigger story moments, I'm going to skip over as if they don't directly pertain to the main story. Looking at you, Chapter 7, which I summarized in about 3 sentences.
Man, Chapter 7.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean it's a bad chapter, but unfortunately, nothing in that chapter has anything to do with the main story. It's all character work, which is important. But at the same time, I also want people, if they hear that they like this game, there's something in there for them to experience, that we didn't just spoil everything. Which, yes, by the way, spoilers for the main story. Not word for word, but you're going to know exactly what happens more or less throughout the entire main story. So, we'll just go ahead and start then. So, the game starts. We are introduced to 2 people fleeing through a village that we learn is a girl named Liza and her boyfriend, Yorin. They're fleeing this sand village, and they have to fight their way through several of their friends. They're being pursued for some reason. We don't know why yet. And immediately the game just kind of shoves us into combat tutorial, like right off the gate. But just covering combat briefly, we'll talk about it more when we're in the game proper, but basically it's real-time combat a la like new Final Fantasy or Xenoblade Chronicles, except you have to button press for every time you attack. And that's basically all you get for now. So it's just a quick combat tutorial to feed you some gameplay while giving you basically a prologue episode. They run through the village. They're crossing a bridge. They're approached by a character named Doran. They have a dialogue that reveals that Liza and Yorin are betrothed, as I just said, they're boyfriend and girlfriend. But she was chosen as an alm. And in this world, and as we learn soon, I'll just go ahead and tell you what an alm is, because we're going to hear that word a lot throughout this entire story. An alm in this world is basically someone selected to sacrifice their soul to the thing called the Tree of Mana. And we'll get more details on what exactly that means. But if you're already thinking, wait, does that mean killing yourself? Yes, that's exactly what that means. Even though we use very cutesy and otherwise don't address that word directly terms when talking about this whole situation. So yes, she's been chosen as an alm to sacrifice herself to the mana tree in order to preserve the flow of mana. He tries to negotiate with the couple, basically saying, like, we're sorry that this has to happen to you, but, this is for the good of everyone sort of situation. But Eorin, being the Chad he is enraged at the prospect and doesn't want to give up his beloved. And as they're fleeing the bridge, he accidentally cuts the rope bridge, separating the pair from Doran and allowing their escape. But however, they are soon caught by more guards on the other side of the bridge, and combat begins. Eorin defeats them again, but based on basically Liza defying this world, essentially, strange things start to happen. The guards are swiftly possessed by strange creatures that seem to be the embodiment of Earth, trying to stop Liza from denying her fate as an Alm. Eorin defeats the creatures, and the pair is seemingly in the clear, but Liza is suddenly racked with pain as her body turns to stone, assumingly as a punishment for defying her fate. And we are hit with the title card, and Eorin calls out for his presumably deceased lover. We're kind of left in the dark whether or not she really died in this situation, but for now, she was turned to stone. And that is basically a quick and dirty prologue to kind of how dark this game kind of gets. It's a very bright and colorful world, but the subject matter and what exactly is happening in this game is very dark. And at first, I was kind of creeped out by it, honestly, but the way they address it, I kind of ended up appreciating in the long run. But now, we are going to go to the main part of the game, where we are taken to Tiania, the village of fire, which for some reason they built underneath a volcano because they thought that was a really good idea. They are preparing for the fairy to visit their village, which we get a glimpse of the fairy in the prologue, and she's just basically giving us basically just offhandedly saying, oh no, she's defying her fate, and then bad shit starts to happen. So the fairy is coming to select an alm of fire to make a pilgrimage to the mana tree, much like how we didn't see how Liza got selected. We're seeing how a person gets selected as an alm in Tiania. We then see Val, our protagonist and the main character of the story, as he is something called a soul guard, which a soul guard is basically, I mean, it's kind of pretty much literal soul guard. He is guarding the souls of the alms and escorting them personally to the mana tree as a bodyguard. We learned that Liza, the lady we just saw got turned to stone, is originally from here and also used to be a soul guard way back when. And we also learned that that prologue we just watched actually took place 4 years ago from this point, and that the Earth Village that we'd seen has been completely destroyed because, again, presumably that Liza turned to stone and did not go through with her alm duties. The Earth Village was just destroyed. So we are 4 years in the future from that point now. So Val goes to the center of the village to see the fairy summoning ritual, which in this town, we see each town later is going to have their own little ceremony for summoning the fairy. This one, being the Village of Fire, basically just seems like the big ass bonfire in the middle of town. So Val gathers his friend Hina to see the fairy. The fairy comes down and very quickly chooses Hina as the Alm of Fire. And everyone reacts with joy to this, even though we all know exactly what this means. And immediately as a player, yes, again, read between the lines here, Val, whose friend is Hina, and we can very clearly see they're probably romantically interested, has just basically been selected to kill herself. But because of how this world operates, it's treated as a happy thing. And yes, and if you're thinking, yes, that whole situation just gets addressed later as it's kind of central to the plot. But for now, we're just being like, yay, Hina's the Alm of Fire. What a great, honorable thing to do, even though it's Val's girlfriend, and that means killing herself. So then the player is told to stock up on the journey, basically giving us a chance to run around the village and see how shops work and how the shopkeepers are having the best fucking time of their lives, jamming out in front of the stores, just doing their little fucking shimmy dance back and forth. That made me laugh. So the village sees them off as Hina reflects on her happiness on being selected Alm and resigning herself to her fate. For without the Alm sacrifice, the lands will be driven to ruin as the mana flow will be disrupted, as we clearly saw that happen to the Earth Village. The duo set out together to gather the other alms and to fulfill their duty. So before we get into main gameplay, I know that was basically all story, but I just want to see how everyone else felt about the setup for the story here. I remember me sitting here playing this while I was loving the visuals and everything. Holy crap, this is fucking dark and scary as shit. I was screaming down, like, I better be able to cut this fucking demon tree down by the end of this story as it goes out fucking sucking people's souls out of it to maintain the flow of mana or else die. So I thought it was pretty dark, especially at first. Jordan, how do you feel about the setup of this whole story?
I'm kind of the same boat. I was not exactly sure what to think of how everybody was just so positive about you're about to die, and I was just like, yeah, everybody's like springing with joy. I I don't know. It was just weird to me that you're sacrificing yourself for this tree, and yet everybody's finding it as a positive thing. And I know it's like, oh, you're saving us from destruction. If one of your people, your elements, are not able to attend for that sacrifice, then then it's going to be chaos that's going to be held to your village. And so I guess people are just like, yay, we don't get to die. That's good. Or we don't have to deal with any issues as long as these people kill themselves. We found somebody. It's just weird. I never thought that was a cool thing. I don't know.
Especially because this fair, it's not like they can just select whatever old fuck is in the village because it's like, oh, you lived 100 years, Charlie, go throw yourself into the fucking mana tree. It seems, especially as we go on, the fairy basically selects the best and brightest young people to go to this tree and kill themselves, as clearly people say, oh, Hina, you're the best. Oh, Hina, you can do all this shit. But yeah, it is incredibly dark, and I was just sitting there being like, this is okay. This is where we're doing okay. All right, Val. I guess you're okay with your girlfriend being selected to go, throw her soul into the demon tree. But I mean, you do you, buddy. Corey, how do you feel? Well, first of all, since I believe you're actually, Jordan, do you have any other experience with the Mana series, or is this your first one?
I think I remember something about the Secrets of Mana a little bit, but that's like a long time ago. So I would kind of say that this is like my first one. I know that Corey's friend played a lot of them, but I only have actually officially played through was this one.
Okay, so Corey, you're the only one here with like extensive Mana series knowledge. So compared to the other games and how they like stack up in terms of intros, how do you feel about this intro by itself and how it compares to the other ones?
I think this is a pretty solid one. Like, if you think about, I think the Secret of Mana is the one where like Randy falls off of like a waterfall and he finds the Sword of Mana, kind of thing. And then, so it's like a simple like adventure setup. But after playing the demo and just seeing like, it's just whimsical, colorful landscapes, and everybody's just like high fiving and apologizing to all the monsters they're killing, and then it starts off with this, I'm going to kill my whole village so I can get my girlfriend out of here. And it's like, what? Okay. And then, and they're all like, we don't want to do this. He's like, I don't either, but I'm going to. And it's like, okay. Like, it's nice to have that serious tone for, like what it is. And it kind of is like a Made in the Abyss, like anime theme where it's like, hey, this show looks kind of cute. And you're like, Jesus.
Yeah, shit. It's like, oh man, that took a turn. Except you're hit directly out of the gate with how serious and dark this story does get, but how bright and cheery it can be at simultaneously, which is kind of a bit. It's a bit of a tonal mishmash, but I feel like at the end of the day, it works well because you're not totally in the dark or totally bright and cheery either.
It's kind of funny because, like, and as we go through this, I wanted to just say this early on, but this game is like the polar opposite in visuals of Dark Souls, but they have like a very similar, like, well, we all better go die to keep this thing going.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, isn't it? Yeah.
And I also can appreciate that like relationships in this game are kind of a big focus. Like the main character already being established with like, this is my girl and we're on an adventure. Like, that's kind of a neat thing, rather than like the weird, like socially awkward moments that you get through the whole game where you're like, I get it. It's like they're already just kind of like together,
Yeah.
And
it's nice. I do like the dynamic. I really like Hina and Val. I'm glad they're the main characters.
And so far, like the voice work, really good.
Well, okay, well, you already brought it up, but I guess I'll talk about that real quick, because typically in JRPGs or any game that originates from Japan, I typically immediately go to switch to Japanese voices because even though what I'm about to say is slightly contradictory, I still generally think Japanese voice actors do a better job. Obviously, because this script was written in Japan for Japanese people, so they're able to like interpret and read it off better, especially in video games. Because okay, well, to put this in more perspective, I switched it to Japanese, and I thought the Japanese voice acting was pretty good. Recently, I have been listening to audiobooks of Overlord and Konosuba, and the cool thing that they did is for the audiobook versions of those series, they got the voice actors from the anime to narrate them in English, the English voice actors. And I love both Overlord and Konosuba very, very much, and I have watched both of them in Japanese, subtitled. However, hearing their English voices for the first time, especially the guy with Ainzel Gowns from Overlord, holy fuck, they do a really good job. And I was actually really impressed with their voice acting. So I was like, you know what? I don't give the English voice actors enough credit on these projects. Persona basically being the only exception. I actually really like the English dub in Persona and prefer it. So I switched it back to English and was really impressed with it. And I played the whole game in the English dub, and I really, really liked it. However, sometimes there is points where a character on screen is doing an animation for something, and that character looks a lot more frustrated or like animated than the voice acting is like portraying. And I think that's maybe
sorry, and I was actually going to say I've actually seen it many times where they would be talking and the mouths are just not moving. So I don't know. It was kind of weird for me when I was seeing the English side.
I mean, yeah, because voice movements not matching up to the English dub is just kind of par for the course with these things because obviously how Japanese language works and how the English language works. I think it's that they can say a lot more with less words, so their animations don't go on as long. So when you transfer that into English, we need to say more words in order to convey the same idea, which it leads to longer sentences, which they don't go back and maybe some games do this. This one does not. They do going back and fixing the mouth animations to match what is being said, but typically they don't, and that leads to that weird effect. But there are times, especially a character like Karina is like stomping her feet and waving her arms, but the voice actress, while good, is not putting enough emotion into the voice that I think is appropriate, and I think it's because they're just given the script being told like generally what Karina is feeling or what the context of the situation is, but they're not seeing that animation on screen to see how frustrated she should be or how animated she should sound. So it kind of leads to this kind of monotone's a bit harsh because they do have reflections in their emotional quality, especially Val's voice actor down the road does a really good job, but I just feel like Japanese voice actors just match what's being on screen, both lip syncing and emotionally, way more than the English voice actors do. But I did very much enjoy the English dub for this game enough that I played the entire game with it. So
there's also a huge quality increase depending on whether it's a in-map live like interaction with characters versus a scene that's set up with dynamic cameras. So I noticed the mouth movements and stuff are way better when it's like a story beat moment versus like the push in with the camera characters kind of bantering.
Yes, for sure. And like I said, it's just par for the course of these sorts of things. I don't really find it's a very minor issue, all things considered, because like I said, overall, the English voice actors I feel did a really, really good job, surprisingly. I mean, it's not necessarily because English voice acting is bad, but it's the whole emotion thing for me. But I really liked it. And if I replayed it again, I'd play it through Japanese just to have a different experience. But on English was really good. Is there anything you want to say about the prologue, Corey?
I mean, I think it's a good setup. I didn't know who these characters were either because they weren't in the demo. So I was just kind of like, who the hell is this? Mm-hmm. And like, it is a good setup for like what the alms are, and it's funny because you see this happen, and then in the very next like happy joyous moment, they're like, "You're an alm." You're like, "Oh, that didn't go so well for what just happened 10 minutes ago."
Yeah, exactly. And because it was a JRPG, I was rooting just like rebel, burn the tree, burn the tree.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that's where it was going, but I mean, like I said, know nothing about this series, but we'll get there when we get there. Edwin, did you have anything to say about the prologue and how the story sets itself up?
Yeah, that was not what I was expecting at all. For how colorful the world is, despite starting in the Earth Village area, that was a pretty dark tone beginning. But I guess it really does set up the story for the rest of the way, where it's like, oh, a very noble thing to be doing, and then you realize, hey, this is kind of messed up, man. I don't know why we're going through this, but this is our way of life here in this world.
And I like it a lot, especially how they address it later. But we'll continue on to the actual gameplay, the part where we press buttons.
Yay.
Let's see. The player is given a small coastal zone. I say small here. It is not small. It's actually a fairly sizable map. And before we continue on, this game's map is not one big open world. We'll just say it's Monster Hunter style. Everything is segmented, separated by loading screens, which each section's fairly sizable. So it's not like you're hitting a loading screen every 2 seconds or anything like that. But yeah, they're small Monster Hunter style kind of things, each one kind of with a separate biome to run around in. You can collect chests and defeat monsters. Side note, monsters in this game kind of hit me with the same vibes I feel from Dragon Quest, and like they are doofy looking as shit.
I was
They're
thinking
like
the same thing.
Yeah, they are really cartoony creatures. They do not look intimidating at all. In fact, I wonder what threat these things pose to you, if anything. Especially the legless rabbit with one tooth. That's just a mouth. That might as well just be like a fucking Digimon. I don't hate the designs. Like I got used to it, but they're just really goofy. Especially the ones later that they're like. They kind of look like they're civilized, like the turtles and the lady bee people and the little goblins and stuff. I'm like, do you have like a civilization? Can you got talk?
Pants on?
Yeah, it's like you have clothes and tools and things. Like, are you like a thing? Like, are you sentient? Can I speak with you? No, we're just gonna kill you. We're just gonna kill him. Okay, like. I would call it inconsistent, but I don't know how. I mean, I'm going to assume the Mana series has always been like this with their monster design.
They're very consistent across the franchises, much like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest has been throughout their games too.
Yeah, it's
the pixel versions of these things look exactly like the 3D version of these things.
Yeah, it's like I find it goofy, but if it's like I don't hold it too much against the game, I just don't find the enemies intimidating at all. I'm just like, oh, look at you! I want a plushie of you. Like,
I'm fucking sorry.
Yeah, it's like time to die. You're also full of experience points and money. So, and there's another thing about map exploration that we'll touch on now, since I just mentioned chests. So in this game, the map literally tells you where every chest is. There's a big green circle on the map that will highlight either a chest or a location of interest. Typically, it's a chest. But basically, anything on any part of the map that's worth looking at and interacting with is represented by like a big green blot on your map that you can look at anytime you want. You have a mini map up in your corner, which at the end of the day kind of results in you're just chasing breadcrumbs, I guess. I don't try and mean this in a bad way, because I kind of liked it for streamlining, exploring, like, okay, this is what's important, instead of like possibly looking at some part of the map and being like, what's over there? And then I explore it for 10 or 15 minutes and realize I wasted my time, you know? Mm-hmm. It tells you where these things are. But I don't know, I do feel like there is something to be said about like just pointing that, like, look, there's a chest, go get it. You know, there is no exploration. The exploration is kind of finding out how to get to some of these things, but ultimately it's just like anything worth a damn is already on your map. You don't have to explore, you just kind of have to go towards the green dots. And I just want to know what everyone here kind of felt about that as a exploration mechanic between maps. I'm kind of conflicted myself. Me personally, I liked it because it just gave me a direct objective to hit in every map. Like, okay, that's the thing I have to go look at. That's the only thing worth looking at. It's not wasting my time and bullshitting me around. But Jordan, how do you feel about it?
I mean, I don't have any real issues. The only thing I found out about what was kind of a pain in the butt was when we were getting close to the end, which we'll talk about later. But I mean, it wasn't really too much of an issue. I was able to use that dust or that's kind of like starry looking thing that you could use as well. If you're like trying to find out where you need to go, you could just use that little dust starry thing and it would actually lead you where it goes. It actually didn't work for me further on down the road, but most of the times I was using that. I was actually having no problems with anything. I was just like running through the map as it was, just following it. I didn't do any side missions at all because I thought I was pressing for time, but you know, it wasn't a big an issue for me at all. I thought it was okay.
Okay. And another thing to be said, like exploration on this map, it's actually pretty free within the boundaries of each map. Like you can double jump and dash in the air and stuff like that. Exploration is pretty safe. There's not too many like invisible walls barring your progress in certain areas. So actually getting around isn't incredibly difficult. Corey, how do you feel about just stuff being pointed out to you on the map, like points of interest?
I mean, I like that I don't really know what it is and that it is just something because most of the time in the earlier area, it's something that you can't interact with yet. So it's showing you that, hey, here's a thing, but you're not ready for this yet until you go and get the right element and come back here. So it does kind of help with like make you remember backtracking elements. Because you don't really, I don't think you place markers on the map.
No.
But
no, yeah.
No. Yeah, like I don't really mind it. I mean, like Final Fantasy X, for example, has like it's basically a map that's very linear, and you just keep going to the one side. And like that game is a very like well loved game in the franchise. So, and that map didn't really bother me at all. And for something like this, because it does have like it kind of makes you go over and explore, like experience a lot of the map because I feel like they're placed in sections that will like kind of make you walk across the entire zone rather than just kind of like you found these 3 chests that were in the corner and everything else is just wasted space. So it kind of guided me around everything so that I would kind of absorb all of the content in the game. And at first I was trying to get every single thing and do all the side quests, so it really did help where it's like, all right, I got no more dots here, I'm going to keep it pushing. But later I was just kind of like okay, probably about chapter 7, of course, is when I was like, okay, I got to get moving.
Now, Edwin, since you didn't actually play it, do you want to comment on in-game stuff like this, or do you want to only want me to ask you about stuff that you see in the cutscenes of the story?
I mean, it's fine because it did sound similar to like the section off instead of the actual open world. I feel like open world is like way too overhyped in a sense because
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, overrated because it's like a lot more pressure, and I feel like it's like a lot more difficult on the hardware to like actually run something like that instead of something like segmented off. Because if it's all together in one area, just completely open world, I feel like you would be able to be able to do as much than if it was segmented off. Because the obvious answer is like between Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, which I feel it would have like very detrimental issues if a game like this was open world, because it looks very nice and everything runs really smoothly. There's like so much detail and vibrancy, but
there's like space in the map design.
Yeah, like I found myself constantly panning the camera just to like enjoy the landscapes of every like zone, because everything is very like intentional the way that it's placed, and like so each zone guides you pretty. Like, even if you weren't using your map, it does guide you directly to where the other exit is to get out of this zone to go where you need to be. So they did a really good job at that. And that being said, when you're talking about performance, Trials of Mana remake, of course, because there's the one on Super Nintendo and then there's the PS4 version, was also on Switch. This game is not on Switch.
And I don't know why, honestly.
Yeah, but it's there is some stuff I think that I've seen, not really a lot of texture pop-ins, but there is a lot of visual information. Like the draw distance of trees and grass and stuff is pretty far. The shadows and lighting and stuff is very good. Like I really enjoyed the art style for this game, even though like it's like at first when people see the characters, they might be kind of turned away because they seem kind of like I don't know what it is, like weird or childish or something.
Yeah,
But
people are generally pushed away by like anime style, and I wouldn't call this Toriyama style at all. It
yeah,
does kind of have like a weird, like this is looks like a love child between a fucking Dragon Quest and a Final Fantasy game, almost like somewhere in between both of them.
yeah. But once you get like once you start getting gear, like they start looking really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and as people on the YouTube side can see, I'm sure you're watching Corey's footage. This game is gorgeous. There's lots of bright, saturated colors. Not so much that it hurts your eyes, but everything is just very pleasing to look at. Nothing is dark and dreary. There's a couple places like that, but intentionally so. It's still cool to look
Yeah.
at. Very pretty game. But yes, as Corey said when he was first talking about the green dots on the map, this game, as a JRPG does, has a good monochrome of backtracking. As you get access to different abilities, you'll be able to access different things on the map. So you don't be able to 100% everything as you're going through each map the first time through, which might bother some people. Bothers me a little bit, but I mean, if that's the way the game goes, it's the way the game goes. So it's not. I can't really hold it against the game in that aspect. And also, quick down, mark that in the mandatory shitting on Scarlet and Violet column. We got that covered for this episode. Anyways, so continuing on. So shortly after, the duo runs into Eorin from the prologue of the game, the boyfriend of Liza, who was defending her. He is taking cover from Dorfet, which is the name of the volcano that Tiania is built under, as it is having some kind of pseudo eruption, which Val and Hina are just like, yeah, that's normal, and it's just like, no, that's a volcano, like kind of erupting. I'm just like, that's
The
kind of
Murder
dangerous.
Mountain.
Yeah. But Val and Hina tell Eorin of their journey, and Eorin comments of them being a nice couple and warning them they cannot be together once they reach the Mana Tree. However, Val and Hina just kind of shrug this off as he claims, oh well, there's no alternative, so, there's, what's there to be hung up about? We don't have a choice. So kind of reveals a little bit to how they're taking this so well. They're just kind of shrugging and being like, this is what has to be done, or else we all die. So, what's the point of, lamenting over it, basically. The fuck was that? All right, whatever. So terrible. That bang outside my house. Anyways, shortly. Okay, so they hang out with Eorin and they camp with him for the night underneath some cover as they wait out Dorfit's like pseudo eruption. But by the time they wake up, they find that Eorin's just gone. They just kind of shrug it off and say, he must have had to go somewhere. So he's gone, and they just continue on their journey. Very shortly after, they find an item called Grizzly Syrup. They're approached by a creature called a Debear. It's a bear. Val gives the creature the Grizzly Syrup, and in return, it gives him a volume of its species' language. Grizzly Syrup is another collectible found in the open world. As of right now, you don't know what you're going to do with it, but after you meet this creature, this Grizzly Syrup starts spawning in the world. Basically, the best way I can say this, they're used like coins in Mario or like notes in Banjo and Kazooie to like guide the player around the map to places they should be, or like in order to get to other places. And I'll just address it now. The Grizzly Syrup is basically used as like an exclusive currency for the DeBear's shop, which has some good items in it that restocks every chapter. The volume for its language is just kind of flavor. It's completely unimportant. For whatever reason, there's a whole codex to learn this thing's language where it's basically a Pokemon and its entire language is consisted of dub and bear in various instances chopped up in different ways. So
somebody out there.
Somebody learned it
fluently.
Yeah, it's like it's cool that that's a thing, I guess. I'm never going to learn it, but cool, I guess. Whatever. I guess I just want to ask you, Cora, were these things a part of older games, or was this just a thing in this game?
I don't know. I can't really recall. I don't remember talking to one of these things, but they must be. Because the dance that all the merchant does, like that's in all the games. So I feel like it has to be, but I don't remember collecting a bunch of syrup when I played Trials of Mana. But like I played that game a while back, and I'll probably have to look it up to see if they are. But like every time I've encountered one and it's just talking, I'm like, you just sound like a bunch of ducks falling down the stairs.
They just baba do bub.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like they sound like a fucking Jawa. Like they're cute little creatures, but I'm just like, why do I have a volume of your language? Why do I have the fucking dictionary? I don't get it. But anyways, the bears and we're going close.
It's only in some of them.
I mean, I would hope that they're part of it. They seemed like rather not necessarily integral. They just brought a lot of attention to them for like seemingly no reason.
Yeah, it was in Legend of Mana on PS1.
Also, by the way, this thing is very clearly a monster, but the only like one of the very few monsters in the game that is like sentient, even
You're
though
not
it's
killing.
it's like it's wearing clothes like a bunch of other monsters do, but we never talk to them. But whatever. Questions of this lore of this game's like logic in its world aside. On top of that, there are like glowing spots on the ground you can walk over to get items. And so as I said before, fucking the Grizzly syrup is used like coins in Mario or notes in Banjo-Kazooie to lead you to places, the player over the map, and like find places. When you're in the English dub and this fucking 800th time I hear fucking Val say Grizzly or got some syrup, like he has like 2 fucking voice lines for grabbing this shit, and it plays like every other time he grabs it, and you're going to be grabbing a lot of this shit throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
And I had my friends over for Dungeons and Dragons, and they were watching me play a little bit of this while we were waiting for everyone to get there. And by the end of it, everyone was just going Grizzly because of how much fucking shit I was picking up. And I'm just like, Jesus, the voice acting's fine, but good lord, that was getting annoying. So I wrote down a section talking about all the maps, but we already touched on that.
To be fair, that's only Val that says Grizzly. If you're playing
I guess that's a good point. You don't have it right now because I guess we'll address that. Hina is part of your party, but she's not a character that can get hurt. She doesn't have a health bar or mana bar. She is there, and she does help you in battle by healing you and buffing you, but she's not like an actual character you can interact with, or even the enemies can interact with. I don't know. I didn't figure out why until later, but yeah, it's kind of a little awkward right out the gate to have your first party member essentially being like non-interactable either by you or the enemy, which is a little strange, but you do get party.
Set her AI.
Yeah. And so you'll get party members down the road that do fill this role. And yes, you can switch to them later, but it's actually quite a bit until we get to our first party member we get to. Or at least it felt like it to me because I was running around doing everything I could before reaching her. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, so how monsters encounters work in this game. It's free form. You just see them out in the world, and as soon as you hit them, like combat starts, a ring forms around you. Again, kind of a la new Final Fantasy. You have to beat them in the little ring. You get extra experience and money and stuff if you beat them fast. And combat, even as the levels go up, outside of boss battles, generally only last like maybe 10 to 20 seconds on average. Like combat is very quick, which is nice because it lets you just keep, beat some stuff up, hit some stuff, and move on. It'll get a bit more complicated down the road as we get more powers and abilities and other teammates and stuff like that. But as of right now, combat's just very quick and easy to get through. Val just has a sword. You can go thwack, 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 and hit things and kill things and move on. Let's see. Oh, so combat at the stage is fairly simple. Basic attacks are done in combos accomplished by one button. You just press square a bunch mostly, with triangle being special attacks. I don't know why they're called special. You're just swinging your weapon in a slightly different way. We have access to one spell, which is Fireball. We have like quick access menus where you have to like hold right bumper and then press one of the face buttons to activate your spells. I already touched on Hina, can't be hurt. Unlike some JRPGs, if Val falls, and this only applies when you have other teammates, as of right now, Val is alone. if Val faints, you just control another teammate. So unlike Persona, where if like Joker or whoever the main character in Persona is actually goes down and you just get a game over, it takes the entire party either getting knocked out, petrified, or moogled in order to count as a game over. Which is bullshit, by the way. I kind of felt later on what Jordan's pain was dealing with that one boss in Wild Arms, where he wasn't actually killing them; he just put them all to sleep, and it was like, "Lol, I win." I felt that with one of the harder, one of the like mini bosses later. Which, speaking of, I think they're like these elite monster encounters that are on the map, which are basically monsters that have a much higher health bar, and they're like usually attributed to one of the elements. Which, yes, this game does have a rock paper scissors system, and in conjunction with the elements that a monster can represent, along with slashing and bludgeoning damage, each one affecting each other, each monster having like different strengths and weaknesses to each of them. The elements being fire, water, earth, wood, wind, light, and dark, and time, I believe, which one of these things is not like the others, but it's just how the elements work in this game. Not going to get into total amount of that, but it's just Pokemon types just on a grander scale, essentially. Let's see. I already said battles are done in real time. Oh, we also have a super move that's called our a class strike. So we have like a super bar that if we charge it up, we can do a big old super move, and depending on what element you currently have, which is a mechanic we'll get to later, we'll change how your super move works to where it's like single target AoE, but these things do a fuck ton of damage, but they also take a while to charge, so they are really good to use, but you have to choose when to use them very appropriately. Let's see, okay. So Val and Hina go through this area, and then they get to the next area. So Val and Hina encounter a duo of dragon children. By dragon, I mean basically like half humans, half dragons. They have dragon tails and horns and wings. Who drop an item they are playing with when they see them. Val picks up the item, some kind of wind boomerang, and Hina explains it to be a soul vessel, a specialized item charged with elemental power that once belonged to a hero. The duo make it a point to return the item to the village chief when they get to the Alm of Wind's village. So, before they know about it, we'll go ahead and touch on it now. A soul vessel basically is a special item that when you get it, gameplay-wise, it unlocks a new class for every character you have, basically revolving around that element. So right now we only have one for wind, and also each character has a class that's just nothing, that doesn't pertain to any of the soul vessels, but there's not really a point in doing them because only these soul vessel classes have skill trees. And these things are very important for learning a bunch of really good spells, and especially passives that you get access to. And each person has a different class for every single element, like I just explained. It's fire, water, earth, wood, time, light, dark, and wind, which we just got wind. So every character, which you have a total of 5 party members, including Val, that can switch between all these at will. And there's no price for switching either. So they don't make your choice a set in stone thing. In fact, usually the first thing the player does when you get a new soul vessel is turn everyone to their new class to see what new toys you have to play with.
Yeah, and only one person can have one unequipped at a time.
Yes, and yeah, you can't double up on them either. So yeah, you can only have one at a time. I don't think you can use it as of right now, but I'm just going to address that in the future. So when we get a new soul vessel, you know what I'm talking about. So the duo arrives at Longren, home of the Alm of Wind and composed of dragonkin. I've only been talking for like maybe a half an hour now. I got here probably at like my 5th or 6th hour in because of how much shit you can do leading up to this, just exploring around, getting loot and stuff. I turned into Corey because I was just like, ooh, loot over there. Let's go get it. I was like, ooh, I see a chest. Ooh, a green point. I was like, let's go see what's over here, over here, over here. It took me forever to get to this point in the game.
Yeah, because I wanted to collect all the damn grizzly syrup.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, this dude sells permanent stat buffs. I'm going to find all of this shit.
I never found myself having to like actively look for syrup. I always had enough to like completely wipe out his entire inventory every time I found him.
He's just shoving syrup into his mouth and taking all this stuff.
Take it.
He's like, dub, dub.
So, they get to Longren. The chief informs them that the fairy has yet to name an Alm of Wind, as their traditional method of ceremony to summon it has not gone to plan. a sequence of events we will become very familiar with throughout the rest of this game, because no one has their shit together. And the only one that can set it up right is a younger dragonkin named Karina, who Val needs to convince to help with the ceremony. So Val and Hina talk to Karina, who says that she might consider helping if Val helps her find a boy named Shiryu, and this introduces us to side quests, which little talk about side quests real quick. I kind of find them completely worthless because they never give you anything worth a damn. Unless there's some secret side quests in the game, and most of these side quests are pretty simple. Go here, do that, go here, get me thing, come back. They're not crazy, and they don't have any like plot relevance, but 99% of the time they basically just give you money in return or some ability seed, which ability seeds are items that give you abilities. That's the short version of that. But my entire time playing the game, I was never hurting for money. And anytime I saw them offer me an item, it was something that I could also get somewhere else without having to do with this, like, deal with the side quests. I personally find the side quest system kind of pointless because of it. Like, I did a bunch of them early on, but when I realized, like, I wasn't really getting any, because you don't get experience for doing them. Experience points do not factor into this. It's just the items you get in return. The experience you get is dealing with whatever monsters that if it has you dealing with any monsters for whatever the quest is. So, I mean, do you have anything to say about that, either Jordan or Corey? Like, do you feel the same way about that? Because I know, Corey, you said several times that you were trying to do all of them, but did you ever feel that way, that like doing these things was kind of pointless? Like they weren't giving you anything good?
I mean, it's weird because like I wasn't really paying attention. I was just like, this guy needs me to do something and I'm going to do it so it's off my map. And it's also not a new indicator in my menu screen. But, I was like, oh, these give me a lot of. And so, like, that was okay. But I started just using all those money and experience boost items to basically stack a bunch of money. Because I never really found myself running out of cash except for one time when I wasn't paying attention. I bought new armor and weapons for, like, everybody and then ran out of cash. Because prior to doing that, too, I was like, I'm going to buy 100 chocolate bars for healing or whatever it was. And then it's like, oh, damn, that's right. I'm not, like, loaded. But it's weird because, like, I don't know if doing the side quests in an area unlock more side quests in that area later, because I do know if you go back to places you've completed, there are new ones.
I think it's chapter based. I believe it's probably progression based.
Yeah, but I never felt like I missed out on anything important, though there are some that give you items, but like by the time I got around to doing one, like the item was like weak as hell compared to the thing I already have.
Exactly.
Like even the big like temple quest that the guy gives you, it's like you get a weapon as a reward for completing it, but there's also better weapons that you find after that.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add on that, Jordan, or do you just feel the same way?
Well, I mean, I believe I did possibly one or two side quests, and I really didn't feel like it got me anywhere. And it was the fact that I was so caught up with the auto lock system that they had for being able to, show you where your next destination was to go. But I didn't see that working with the side quests, so I had to try and like figure out where the hell I was going or what I needed to do. And I was fed up with it. I was like, I'd rather just follow the guide of what the main quest is telling me where to go, and that was just an easy flowing thing, so I just stopped doing it that way. Because, yeah, I did like 2 of them, and I got only like a very small reward, some stupid items that really did me nothing. So I was just basically focused on just going through with the story, and just said, fuck it with the rest of the side quests, because I just didn't think it was going to get me anywhere.
Yeah, alright, so overall, yeah, side quests are a bit of a weird tacked add-on to the game. They don't really add a whole lot, but you are free to ignore them. So, moving on from that. Or rather, unless you had something to say about it, Edwin, again, since you didn't really play. But do you have anything to say on them?
Sorry, usually I have like a bit of a paranoia not doing side quests because a lot of my experience playing games with a main story and side quest, a lot of the time the thing that I hear about or know that I need are tied to side quests, so I kind of just do as many side quests as I can bear, so that way I don't miss like anything important that I might need later on. So I just kind of do as much as I can stand. But that kind of tends to make me like get just like kind of forget about the main quest entirely sometimes. So it's kind of like an on-off type of thing doing them.
All right. Let's see. So you have to go find Shiryu. So finding Shiryu, we learn that Karina is hesitant to help because she wants to be chosen as Alm, but the town does not think she is suitable. The reason for this is yet to be known. When we return, Karina is still stubborn and not performing the ceremony, and thus Val must try in order to call the fairy. You know, the guy who just came to town has no idea how any of this works. He's just like, hey, you do it. Val tries, but predictably is unskilled at it, prompting mocking from Karina. After Hina manipulates her a small bit by acting friendly with Shiryu, Karina finally performs the ceremony, which then summons the fairy, which this ceremony basically consists of waving a giant cloth around real fucking good. It seems Shiryu is going to be chosen, but he runs off in fear since he does not want to be Alm. Karina is distraught as someone could how could someone deny the appointment of being Alm, as since she is she said since she has lost one of her wings, the townspeople have said that she cannot be Alm due to her not being able to feel the wind under her wings because you would be the Alm of wind. Karina asks the fairy if she can go take his place, but to do so, they have to consult the elemental of wind, which is basically like these little fairy things that, again, each one has like a main representative of each element, which I'm not going to name again. Karina asks the fairy if she can take his place, but to do so, they must consult the elemental of wind, Silphid, which for some reason is a small goblin man. I'd never. The rest of the real side comment. The rest of the elementals fit their elements really well. I don't understand why Wind is a small goblin man. I never got that.
They've also been that way for all of them too.
I'm sure, but even if I played the first one, I'd probably say the same exact thing. I'm just like, why are you a small goblin man? Why do you represent Wind?
Yeah, he could have been a bird.
Yeah. So anyway, again, it's just a small complaint. It's just weird. Val and Hina agree to help her do this, and Karina joins the party. Yay! So we have our first party member that's not Val. She uses a spear and has a small pet dragon named Ramco, that does additional damage when she attacks. Which, again, side note, I thought I was going to be really annoyed with her because in the English dub, Karina talks with a country girl accent. I thought I was going to be really annoyed with her, but I just got Stockholm syndromed into liking it as the game went on. I really didn't end up minding it all that much. In fact, her voice amongst all the other voices was kind of nice to listen to, as it was different from everyone else's. So she's nice, but she's also a hot-headed kind of gung-ho kind of character. Let's see. After leaving, so after we get Karina, this is when our little wind boomerang soul vessel activates. So we're able to use the soul vessel now to activate both Val and Karina's like wind elemental class. Which me personally, I gave to Karina because one, she gets a belly dancing outfit and she looked really pretty, but two, it just seemed to give her better abilities than what Val had. So I just kept Val as normal for now, and Karina got the wind element. As I already explained, the vessel system, blah, blah, blah. But also these vessels allow for better exploration on top of giving us new classes to play with. So each time we get one of these elemental vessels, they also unlock a new like map traversal method, with the wind one being able to basically summon tornadoes to get on top of places to ride the wind, basically, or summon big giant rocks on top of heavy winds to cross a chasm or something. So they go to Mount Gala, where we see Silphid had been attacked by a large mantis creature, which the player takes on in a boss fight, which is kind of our first official boss fight. You kind of had one in the prologue, but again, it's the prologue, so it's not really like what the game really represents. But this is our first actual boss fight, which kind of the game can crank up the difficulty pretty high on, but as this is the first boss, it's nothing completely insane. But after they defeat it, pleased, Silphid and the fairy make Karina the official Alm of Wind and joins Val and Hina to gather the rest of the Alms. Again, important to note, as we've covered, Alm is the duty of killing yourself, essentially giving yourself to the mana tree. But Karina, it's not so much that he's like, man, I hate life, I want to die. Her village doesn't allow anyone to leave outside of basically the general area unless you are the Alm, and she very desperately wants to see the world, which is her primary reason for doing so. Also, she kind of has bad blood with everyone in the village because she leaves without even telling anybody, basically. So she doesn't want to be there anyways.
The whole village is like an asshole to her.
Yeah, even when we talk, we might touch on her resolution on that later, which I still find a little awkward, but for now, she basically becomes Alm and then fucks off, and no one even knows if that Alm was chosen, basically, because she just leaves. So, Karina is the official Alm of Wind and joins Val and Hina to gather the rest of the Alms. That being said, I guess that's a good stopping point for now. It probably won't be a huge talking point, but we went through basically the Valley of Wind. We went through Karina's little story, and we recruited Karina, and we got introduced to how the class system is going to work for the game, and had our first boss fight. So, me personally, I was very happy because at this point I was getting really tired of just using Val. Having one extra member of the party makes combat go much faster. But to touch on how party combat works, again, this is not a turn-based game. Everything happens in real time, and you can control Karina if you would like, because you can choose either Val or whoever you have in your 3-person party to control. So you technically have a new playable character to choose at this point. But more to the point, whoever you're not playing is being controlled by an AI with basically the Gambit system from Final Fantasy. I don't know which one.
12, yeah.
But in other games, I think Kingdom Hearts has something like this, but basically AI teammates that you don't control, you can basically assign them rules or behaviors that you want them to act in accordance with these restrictions, like don't use this much mana, or don't cast these spells, or prioritize healing me over doing damage, or vice versa, and shit like that.
Yep, you can.
Oh, yeah. But so I was right, you can do that in Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so I was right. Okay. But I guess me personally, how it works, it makes combat feel a bit chaotic at times, and it's kind of awkward not being able to control your teammates directly, and you're just basically, again, sometimes you are in the desperate strait of, God, I hope Donald heals me, or God, I hope Karina heals me right now, which, granted, you can just switch to them in real time, like you can in Kingdom Hearts, to force them to use the abilities, or you can just hope the AI is going to do the thing you want it to do. I think it's still fun because combat is still fast, so it's not totally crazy, and you can technically pause combat to bring up a combat ring menu when you're casting spells or using items, so you can give yourself a breather and have a bit more direct control. But that's kind of how party combat works with an official party member who's not Hina and can actually be hit and killed this time. So I really like the class system that they're setting up. Again, we only have one right now, but I was really, really enjoying the combat. I was going out of my way to be like, oh, there's a monster. Gonna go kick its ass real quick. You know, I was looking for the elite monsters. I was looking for more things to fight. Because it was really fun to get in there, beat some stuff up, and get out all within 10 to 30 seconds, basically. And move on to the next one. Exploration is very fast. Combat's very fast. Getting around is fun. You're having more banter now that Karina's there, so you're getting a little bit more character building between everyone. But on top of that, having this soul vessel gives you a new ability that you use with the right trigger, which is a unique ability tied to whatever vessel you're using. And with the Vessel of Wind, basically summons tornadoes to trap a handful of enemies in the air for a bit, which, yes, there's a bunch of air combat. You can jump and do air combos, too, on top of doing things on the ground. That will recharge as you fight, so basically just a whole other ability that you get to use. And I don't know if it unlocks right this second or we get it later, because I didn't realize it was a thing until much later than I realized it was even unlocked. But these vessels also basically come with a mana break ability, which mana is like a different thing that you accumulate during combat. And when that bar is full, you can use whatever vessel in like a super move that encompasses the entire arena section of wherever you're at fighting creatures in an elemental AoE that can do various things depending on whatever element it is. Like the wind summon a bunch of tornadoes. The fire one turns into basically a giant hellscape that does continuous burning damage. The dark one basically is like a Zarya ultimate from Overwatch. It sucks them all in a ball, and you can beat them all up at the same time. Like, it does a bunch of different crazy shit. So you unlock a lot with these things, which is why every time you get a new one, it's very exciting because there's so much more shit you can do now. But anyways, as I said, so that's how I feel about where we're at. Jordan, how do you feel about all this stuff that we've unlocked? How do you feel about Karina and the class system and all that?
I was actually I don't know. I was kind of bothered by the accent at first. It took me a while. I was not. It sounded like a Texan accent, and it was just I don't know. I don't really have. I don't know. It kind of bothered me for a little bit. It wasn't until later on where I myself actually got used to the whole voice that she had. Everybody that we had got involved with, like just regular people wise, they did look like they were, treating her like shit and stuff. So I kind of started to slowly like build more, like I guess I liked her a lot more because of what she was going through. So it kind of like added a little bit more to her character, which I was like starting to build a little bit more of a bond to. The winding area itself was really cool. I got, of course it's obviously everything's windy and everything over there, but the design is all really well with the cell shades. The sky and everything looked really nice. I was really digging the visuals of what was going on. The battling system I was really liking. I was telling Corey, like, right, I had to call him, like, literally just tell him, like, I'm digging this game. It's really damn fun. Just it was nothing about it that made me stress out, which is the thing I'm always looking for in a game. And this one was extremely easy, but at the same time, it was visually appealing because it just had all of the things that I was looking for. Very colorful, very vibrant, very beautiful. Everything was just, it just seemed like physics was on a good side with how things were moving along. And yet the storytelling itself was starting to build itself. And I was trying to just go out there and just explore and see what kind of things I could get into. And yes, I was doing the same thing, trying to pick fights with things that I could and couldn't win against, but just wanting to see what it was going to basically involve in the battling system. So it was pretty cool.
Alrighty. And what about you, Corey? How do you feel about everything that we've experienced to this point?
I like the Wind Village. I like the dungeon that they kind of introduced with her quest with the platforming in it, and there's a lot of platforming in this game too. And it's actually I never found it annoying, which is really good because just the overall traversal of the environment is it's fun. Except for when you're in a town and for some reason you can't double jump anymore. But
yes, that 1,000% annoys me.
Yeah, it's like why can't I double jump anymore? Like it really slows down when you're in a town, but when you're out in the world, you're just going to everywhere. And there's also the dogs, but that's later on, of course. Karina, I do like her character a lot. I thought she was really fun. I immediately changed to her. I feel like a lot of us were going to play as her anyways, just because it's the first experience with a new character. I changed her class because that's the one I was using, and then eventually, I end up using a class that's spear based with her, and she ended up as a main in my party, not the one that I was playing as, but she has a really good she's just a really good character balance for the five and their personalities of how different they all are. So, Trials of Mana has a character that's just really annoying, and it's just oh. And I was worried that I was going to find that in at least one particular character that's on the cover, but I didn't find them annoying either. So it was kind of nice because it was one of them is going to be hard to listen to, but everybody's kind of equal. So that's kind of nice. I thought it was funny that the village is kind of you're disabled, so you don't get to do anything. She's like, what? And then you kind of find out that why she's missing a wing later and stuff, and it's just, what the hell, cat? He decided to jump right on my laptop screen. I did enjoy this part. The town is much different than the area you came from, and it really starts ramping up environmental design as you go, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, we went from coastal area to this a big rolling plains meadow area, and then the mountainous area. We're every time you go into a different section of the map, it vastly changes the environment that you're going through.
I believe that Mantis boss is a nostalgia boss. I think it's the first boss of Secret of Mana as well. So
the one thing I've noticed about, aside from a very small handful of bosses, the bosses in this game do see kind of random, I guess, because when that mantis thing dropped down, I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? This is like an ice mountain. You're like an insect. What the fuck?
Yeah, it is kind of strange that they chose that to be there. Because of the setting where you're fighting in like the snow. I do find the boss designs though to be much cooler than like regular enemy designs.
Yeah, the bosses actually do look a monochrome of cool. They don't look. They're still bright and colorful and cartoony, but they're not as goofy looking. So they have a bit of intimidation to them.
And I don't know if this was brought up yet, but Hina kind of does a lot of narrating when you're like running around. I don't know if she's kind of started, but like she has these moments where she's talking to the player about like just what's going on, and it's kind of nice.
Yes, I forgot to bring
because you're playing as like her guardian, and so the story is hers. So that's also a kind of interesting setting because it's like you're not like the main character.
Yeah, I feel like I guess I failed to mention that. I thought I wrote that down somewhere, but yes. So in between big sections of this game, Hina will basically have internal monologue with herself, kind of like as if she's writing down a journal or something about like what she thinks about the situation and going forward, what her thoughts on it are, which are very nice. Again, I didn't write down anything word for word because I'm not going to, because once I start, I can't stop. So I didn't start to begin with. Again,
there's a lot.
It's a lot of good dialogue, and I want people who, after listening to this, if they are at all interested, I do recommend, going to the game. That way you can experience something. I'm not spoiling everything one for you, so there's stuff to experience.
At least play the demo.
Yeah, especially after this, if you like it, play the demo, and if you don't like the demo, then don't play it. But then if you like the demo, which I'm sure you will, it's very fun. Anyways. Edwin, do you have anything to comment on any of that?
I mean, the village was like very simplistic and cozy. I just like, and then it was like when you go into the village, you see it was like, oh, dragon people live here. That was unexpected, but it's just like a really cool mix of environment with like character design, and then like the mantis thing was a weird thing to see. I was not expecting that. I did see Corey fight it at one point, but I was like. That was later, so I was like, I did not expect it the first time you see it on a snow mountain, as it seems very off.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Also, the music is really good.
I honestly don't. I mean, I wouldn't call the music bad, but I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I think I only noticed the music during the first Benevodon boss fight. That was the only time I noticed it. I was like, oh, this is bopping. Other than that, it was like doing its job, and I wasn't really noticing it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
You're like, no, it's not.
No, it's not. I don't think it's bad. I wouldn't even call the music in this game bad. I just feel like it's doing its job and just like keeping me locked in the setting.
At least has more than 3 songs looking at you, Dragon Age. Or not Dragon Age, Dragon Quest. Yeah.
Anyways. We'll encounter something called Benevodon later. So yes, I said my piece on this whole thing. Karina's neat. I like her. Like the Wind Village, like the class system. Game's really fun so far. We're all in agreement on that. So now they go to the Lefaya Drifts. We are in a very snowy part of the map now, where the former town of Etern. That's where it fucking came from. Sorry, I got this name mixed up with shit in my D&D game yesterday. I'm dealing with like I have like 3 fictional things going on with towns that are important that have E in them. Overlord has E Rantel, fucking Visions have Etern, and then my fucking D&D game Descent into Avarice is we having to deal with El Terrell. These fucking E names and these fantasy bullshit got me mixed up because I brought it up in game last night. I was like, so they're from Etern, and everyone looked at me funny. I was like, where the fuck did I get that from? It was from Visions of Mana.
You probably haven't heard about it.
Yeah. Anyways, so the former town of Etern, a icy place that was decimated because they failed to produce an alm. So here we see another example of what happens when the alm fails to fulfill their duty. Except this time we get to walk around it. The bridge leading across the drift seems to be destroyed, and so the party decides to go through Etern proper in order to bypass this. When they reach it, they encounter a beast man named Morley, who warns them not to trespass in the destroyed town or it might cost them their lives. After explaining the situation, Morley explains that the only times they can pass safely is to enter the town during a new moon or an eclipse. Morley is privy to this knowledge as he used to live here before it was destroyed. While the party waits for one of these two things, Morley asks them to aid in his quest for a moon sphere to help kill time while they wait for a change in the moon, which, as you do. The party readily agrees and Morley joins the party. So, Morley. At first, admittedly, especially when I played the demo, I thought his design was that of fucking nightmare fuel. Like Karina's accent, I kind of just got used to him through the story, especially through his personality. I ended up liking Morley a lot. Morley is basically like, so picture a Neko, we're getting some weeb talk, a cat girl, or even a cat man, basically a person with cat ears or a tail. This is just like full cat. He has like a pointed face and like his fur all over. He's just a cat walking on two legs. It's kind of creepy looking. You don't see that kind of design when you think about these things too often, especially considering there's a lot of like half bestial races in the game. Like we just dealt with the Dragonkin. They're just people with dragon traits. And later when we have the tailed folk, which is just people with random animal tails sticking out of their butts. This is just a walking, talking, like full-fledged cat. So, anyways. Morley basically is the rogue of the party, and of course, the first thing you're gonna do when he's in your party is that you're gonna try and use your extra vessel on him. Which, by the way, I absolutely fucking adore Morley's fucking design because here's the thing: when a character changes their class, they also change their weapon. It's between one of three, so different elemental classes will have the same weapon. So like Val has like a one-handed sword, a great sword, and then like a lance and shield. Karina has a spear, fans, like dancing fans, and basically just hand-to-hand combat, fists. And then Morley uses a katana because he's a weeb, and basically a staff, like a flute cane thing. It's very interesting, but it's just like it's a club. It's a glorified club. But then he has 3 knives. And what's beautiful about it is that he has 2 knives in each hand, and then his tail holds the 3rd knife. And I thought that was fucking hilarious. I absolutely adore it. But he's basically the rogue, so he does like melee damage and crits a lot, depending on the class, of course, because a class can change a character from like a melee build to a ranged magic build or healer, buffer, all that good stuff. Anyway, so now we actually have a full party, quote unquote, because when you have a party on the field, you can only have Val. I don't know if you have to have Val, but you can only have 3 characters on the field. So presumably for now, it's like Val, Karina, and Morley. So we're going to get at least 2 more party members after this, but for now, we actually have a full party that we can field all at once. So that's great. We're at quote unquote full strength now. So anyways. The party backtracks and finds the lunar sphere and base camp. Morley is stirred up as the moon enters an eclipse. I put question mark because it's like the moon starts doing weird shit. I'm assuming it's an eclipse. But Morley calls this a lunar reversion, and the town of Etern is temporarily restored to how it was, although it is just a vision. The party travels into the town, and Morley reveals that he broke the large hourglass contraption in town that originally led to the town's destruction. As a child, he had climbed the hourglass, and it broke apart and fell into pieces, which, I'm sorry, but in the context of the game, when you're watching that cutscene, it is kind of hilarious, because just this giant magical hourglass in the center of town, this child just climbs on it and just falls into a million pieces. I'm like, man, that thing was not structurally sound at all.
I'm so grounded.
That was not up to code. And also, why did anyone let the child climb on the giant hourglass of doom? Anyways, so as the vision gets worse, Val is separated from the others and is left with a young Morley as he tries to find the lunar orb, which would help him fix things with the power of time. The Luna Globe is another elemental vessel we are granted to that unlocks even more classes for the party, which is that lunar globe I just told you is actually the elemental vessel. So that was a bit abridged, but basically, so when Morley as a child climbed onto that hourglass, the hourglass fell apart. But when it fell apart, the sand particles, all the sand that was in the hourglass, when it made contact with a person, it basically kind of just poofed them out of existence, essentially, like out of time. And Morley's mother shielded him from the sand grains, which, even though, let's be real, everyone would have been touched by that shit. But for the sake of the story, Morley was the only one who didn't get touched by the sand, and basically caused everyone else in town to disappear, and everyone was gone, which means no alm, no alm, no nothing, no nobody, and the whole town falls into ruin. And because I don't know what the logic for this is, maybe it's a Japanese thing, but like the moon and time magic are like one and the same in this game. So it's all lunar based, but it's also time magic. I don't know what the connecting thread is there. I know like the Japanese also have a thing for moons and rabbits, which I know is like related to some mythology of some kind. So maybe this is something different that I don't know about. But so as a kid, Morley's been searching for this lunar orb this entire time, which turns out to be the lunar vessel, to try and like basically turn back time and restore his town that he feels guilty of destroying. So, Val chases the young Morley and catches up to him to talk some sense into him. Val is successful and they fight off a group of monsters that ambushed him as a child, but this time he was victorious in fighting them off. Val and Morley return to the village and find the two girls still there at this time. Karina and Hino are just MIA for some reason. Morley has regrets and strong emotions after not being able to save his mother and the village after all these years of searching. But his show of love and devotion revived the moon elemental Luna, and both her and the fairy decide that he is fit to be the alm of the moon, asking him to move forward with the love in his heart for his mother, and that time will begin to move forward in Etern again, hopefully to rebuild the area to what it once was. Morley officially joins the party for the rest of the journey. So you meet this guy, you get to the pass, you realize that the main bridge to bypass this town is out. You go into the town, Morley's there, you learn his backstory, he feels guilty for destroying the town. You go on a little quest with him, and then he is named the Alm of the Moon at the end of everything, which again, he is proud of because, again, even though this means sacrificing himself, doing so basically gives him hope that his town will basically return to being alive again, essentially. There is no boss battle here, not that I remember anyways. It was just that like group of monsters that you fought with Morley, which wasn't really much of a boss battle if you could count it as that. So I guess we'll just keep going until we get to the next boss fight, because other than that, we don't have much to talk about here other than Morley himself and the lunar orb. So we'll keep going. So the party makes their way out of the snow and into a very large open meadowy map. So this is like one of the biggest open areas we've seen so far. They stop at a ranch that Morley knows the owner. The party then gets access to large, rideable wolves that are used to traverse this larger area. The party makes their way to the port because we're reaching the end of this continent. They have to cross from one continent to the other to continue their journey, so they're going to a port town. But this is where we unlock these rideable wolves, which are used to, basically you summon them, and they're basically just used as like a quicker way to get around the map, which I think is a cool concept. The unfortunate part is that the animation to summon these, like getting on and off the wolves, takes a long time and longer than you would even remember to use them for. So honestly, I ended up running most everywhere. I used them a little bit towards the end of the game when I really needed to get to like one side of the map to the other, but it's just a faster traveling option you unlock for these bigger areas to traverse. But you have to get the item, use the item. The character has to do a little animation that lasts for like 5 to 10 seconds. The wolves spawn in, then you get on top of the wolves, and then you can start riding. And then to getting off of them also takes an animation. It's just really kind of awkward. For something like this, you need something that's like almost how Torrent is in Elden Ring is the first thing that popped into my head. You click a button and he's there. Like you're on him and he's there. Like that's how this system kind of needed to be. And then you hit a button and you're off of him. Let's see. Also to note, during this entire time, Hina also has another internal dialogue, basically loving this adventure, loving the people that she's come to meet, wishing that her and Val can just adventure forever, but knows that she has a duty to do, and she's just kind of lamenting a little bit on her feelings about the whole situation, but she's like, no, I'm still going to do what needs to be done, but I wish I could just stay with Val forever, because sweetly, she rides on Val's wolf and like hugs him as he's the one riding the wolf. So, I mean, again, they're clearly an item. They never say love, they never like officially like declare their boyfriend and girlfriend are in a relationship, but they basically are, which I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with that, but this game just has like an aversion to saying the word love, and I don't know why, but I mean, you get the point. So anyways, So they go through this whole area, and again, I'm skipping a lot, but this is just all open world stuff. There's a ton of shit to do in this meadow that you'll probably be here for like an hour or two, maybe 3, who knows. So, but this is all just shit that you do, fighting monsters, fighting chests, all this other crazy shit you can do, doing little side quests or whatever. But we're not going to talk about every little thing. We're sticking to the main story. JRPG. At the port, so they get past this area, get to the port. Karina rushes ahead, impatient to see the ship that they will be boarding. She bumps into a nobleman named Passar, and at first, nothing seems to come of this. Shortly after, Passar returns and accuses Karina of stealing a key of his and tries to arrest her. Val vouches for her and goes to find Passar's key because, being the soul guard in the alms, he does have some kind of sway in being like, you can't just arrest us. We kind of, have the weight of the world on our shoulders. But I'm going to help you because Val's a good person. After searching the town, Val does find the key, but in process runs into Eorin again, who suggests having a bit of fun before returning the key. Val and Eorin return to Passar, where Eorin constructs a lie where Passar actually had the key on his back the whole time, and the surrounding townspeople laugh at him. Now the party is off the hook, and Karina expresses her gratitude towards them. The party boards the ship after Val confirms they will not be able to return here for a while, which is basically just the game signaling the player, being like, "Hey, if there's anything you want to do it now because we're not going to be able to backtrack here until later." While sailing the boat, it is attacked by a kraken, which I guess technically speaking for this chapter, which Val and the party fight off. Afterwards, Eorin has a talk with Val and Hina where he reveals that a long time ago they never had to send alms to the mana tree in order to keep balance. It was done with a legendary sword instead. The duo express ignorance of any kind of history of like that. So we're already getting hints that yes, in fact, the world was not always like this, that at some point we didn't need to sacrifice people to the demon tree that eats souls. I guess we'll stop there because then we're going to get into a whole different continent at a different part. So basically what we have to deal with now is meeting Morley, dealing with his backstory. We get access to the lunar globe. We have a full party now. There's the wolf riding and basically any gameplay you want to talk about between here and there, if there's anything you want to talk about. The boss fight with the Kraken, Eorin, Passar, more character building with Karina and the party. So I rather liked it. This is a large chunk of I think this was the part of the demo. Basically this entire after you get Morley, this is basically the entire demo that you can play in the game, which is quite a sizable amount. The lunar class is pretty fun. I did use it for a sizable amount of the game, but with a different character that we're going to get next. I really like the Meadows area. Like I said, the gameplay stays roughly the same. I really just liked exploring, going around, killing stuff, finding things, getting new items, fighting the mini bosses around the map, essentially. Very fun. Traversing everything was fun. Finding mana, the fucking grizzly syrup and shit like that was fun. Leveling up is fun. I don't know what else to say. I mean, that's the story so far. I like Morley. I took me a while to get used to his design, which I still found a little bit weird. And his manner of speech is a bit odd because he has Corey would probably back me up on this. He has an accent, but you only hear it once in a blue moon. Weirdly enough, it's like he's almost trying to do a Puss in Boots thing, but not really. He's not committing to it fully.
His accent is strange.
Yeah, so he talks a bit weird, but he's kind of the straight man of the party. He's very level-headed, but he's very honor bound. He carries a lot of guilt on his shoulders because of what he did in the past and wants to correct it. But yeah, so that's kind of my I already touched on what I think about the wolves and stuff, which is basically the biggest new gameplay mechanic we have at this point. So, I mean, Jordan, how do you feel about this entire section?
Yeah. So I don't recall ever using any wolves. I don't know. That's not in my head at all. So I have no idea. I was only running through every bit of the game, unless there was a small portion that I might just have forgotten. I wanted to throw it out back there because I just have to. The snow level, that music was the shit. I loved all of it. I just didn't want to leave that level. It was just a really good soundtrack that they had playing for that, and I was just really not wanting to stop. It was pretty cool, and just kept on going with with what they had to offer, to be able to go out there and test on characters that you would possibly run into, like those mini bosses. They're color oriented on basically how difficult they are. I was always wanting to do that just to see how well I could do against them, and eventually came to the point where they start testing you, where you just get demolished because they're just way too high of a level. I like that in video games a lot. I do like that if you just happen to veer off course just ever so slightly, you could run into one badass that could just take you out, rather than everybody in this level is just this way, and then you go on and they get harder and harder as you go. I just like the randomness that you could encounter a really strong dude in the middle of nowhere if you're not careful. So I really appreciated that. And the fact that the bosses and what they had for their designs, I've always liked it. The Kraken was not too big of a deal. He was actually quite nice. It was, like I said, it was a very calm going thing. There was never like any anger that I was building from these bosses. They're always very easy to deal with. And when you're getting the new suits and along with each character, because they were all designed differently. So, I like Karina's design because she actually just had like that kind of like a geisha kind of look for her kimonos and stuff. It was just really authentic. And then you had Morty, where I don't know, you guys, I don't know what anybody else feels. I cannot stand that bowl cut that Morty has. It really bothers me. I wasn't until later in the game where I could fucking get something to cover that shit up, but it was just, I could not stand that fucking haircut. He was a cool looking dude, could have done without the hair, but yeah, I could see what you're talking about. Like, he had that accent, like kind of as if how people would portray in English of what a Spaniard would possibly be from back in the day, where they just have the rapier or something like that with that type of accent. So I could just see that was something that they were trying to go with. But I did enjoy, like, you would just be so excited for the next element, because when you got the new element, you were going to get a new weapon, possibly a new style, because when we're starting off now, we don't have all of them equipped just yet. So we're learning what kind of weaponry they're going to get with these new designs, and what is the strengths that they're going to get along with the elements. So I thought that was all well put together.
Alrighty then. And a quick note, because you're talking about the ice area. As I said, the vessels offer different gameplay mechanics for traversal. The lunar orb basically slows down ice flows or like fast moving objects, or like if you find like an open chest, you can use the orb to like rewind time. And I guess, assuming how that works in my head, you just stole whoever opened that chest originally, whatever item that was, and put it back in the chest, and so you can take it.
Yeah, mine.
So, I mean, hopefully no one needed that. Anyways, so Corey, what are your thoughts about everything we've covered up to this point?
I think the snow area was when I got like my first death, because I was climbing a cliff and walked into one of those like legendary enemies where it's like, oh crap. The Morley character is interesting. It took me a minute too to get used to him, because at first it's kind of like, oh, you're like, I don't know what you're humanoid, but you're not. And his accent is strange, but then it's like I kind of just ignored it afterwards.
It's from the musical
like
Cats.
Yeah. Well, he's like delivering his lines well, so it's just like sometimes I'm like, what is that accent? And
well,
then when
sometimes like certain words, he like tries to put like a Spanish flair on the end of it, but like I said, it doesn't feel like he commits fully. Like he gives up halfway through, so it's just like this weird middling kind of Spanish accent question mark.
Yeah. I did not use him in my main party as I started getting more members, but the lunar thing is dope because it just freezes enemies in place, so that's kind of a fun like weapon
and speeds
thing.
You up, which is super cool. So you just you basically just wail on them freely for a few seconds.
Yeah, there are some bosses that are immune to it though, so it's kind of like, well, that kind of sucks. I mean, I get it, but like, yeah. And then that area when you get the dogs, it's a cool thing. I also never used them later, mainly because like you have to get off of them to interact with any of the elemental stuff. So when I was trying to get back to other places, like I'm trying to like cover those elemental things I couldn't do before. So rather than summon the dog, get off the dog, hit the thing, get on the dog, run around, find another one. It's like I'll just run there. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a
exactly.
checkpoint close enough to the area where I could just fast travel to that and then run there. The designs are really adorable. They're like weird corgi wolf things. It's also the demo zone, so when I get to I've already beaten that part of the demo, but it's like, oh, I have to do this again. So it's mainly just running around collecting grizzly syrup and all the items I'd already picked up before, and then get to the port. But then I did all the side quests at the port before I continued with the port. You meet the little squirrel dickhead, and then get on the boat. And the boss fight again. It was the demo boss, so it's like I'd fought him already. It's kind of a lengthier boss fight, but not at a difficulty's sake. It just feels like it's a lengthier boss fight because of what you have to do during it. Because it's like he's got the arms; they push you away. He kind of has these like zone attacks, and then it's like, okay, it's the trope of krakens in jrpgs fighting ships. So that was whatever. But I think that area, like, because I had already played that portion for the most part. It wasn't like anything new, but I do like the area. I thought it looked really nice. Like I think I got some good like footage of just running around, like doing panning shots of like the beach area and stuff like that. Because like I would just look at the world because it's just like it's just nice to look at there. And the snow place was pretty dope.
Yeah, like I mean, again, going back to the wolf thing, it just what it needed to be is like one button presser off, one button presser on, one button presser off. Like getting on and off is such a burden. You just like I just rather walk there. But
well,
yeah,
you move really quick too. So like
yeah,
just the characters like traversal speed is like really fast. So I just forget that there's an option to go even faster. Because if I felt like I was like, man, this is really taking a while, like then I would use the dogs. But because I'm like hauling ass across the fields, it's just kind of like I forget that I can like change the speed to even faster.
great. Edwin, you got anything to comment on with this section?
When I saw him morally, it was like I didn't really have anything much to say about him. He didn't really come off as like a lonely character. I feel like he was dressed up very nicely. I thought that was kind of weird, just like hanging out on top of the snow mountain by himself in a tent. I was like, I don't know. He didn't really come off as like that kind of person. He came off as like jokingly an aristocrat, but it's like not like a ranger that just stares up at the moon.
Well,
So
he does explain that he only does that occasionally. Like he's not there all the time. He was adopted by a character we're going to learn later, Niccolo, who he basically is like a wealthy merchant kind of guy. So him being well dressed is within his character. He just happened to be up there at the same time, which by the way, super duper convenient that like the time when the party needs to get through that village is the same time as the one of the only times you can is when the fucking eclipse or whatever the fuck happens. So like that was really convenient because lunar cycles, they're known for how fast they cycle through. So, but I mean, I kind of agree with you, but he does explain why he's not like he hasn't been living out in the wilderness this entire time. He got found and adopted, and he just kind of comes back and visits here occasionally, looking for that lunar globe.
well, his whole story section was kind of confusing to me. So I was like, I got pretty lost in it, and it was like, I don't understand what's happening here.
Alrighty then. So, with the Kraken slain and more seeds of plot planted, at the port, the party disembarks and parts ways with Eorin again, and then set off to meet up with the rest of the alms and go through the rites of initiation from the ruler of this new city, Illistana. Upon arriving, they are informed the Alm of Water is yet to be chosen, like I said, a running theme throughout the entire game, because apparently Tiania is the only place that has their shit together, but to enjoy the city while they prepare for the rites. The group splits up to see the sights because this city is the biggest like hub town we've seen so far. This place is huge, also like really beautiful. I love it. Looks really great. Kind of reminds me of weirdly enough, it kind of reminded me of a place in Pokemon Coliseum. Val, let's see, Val accidentally runs into a stranger and causes them to slip and sprain their ankle. Morley offers to sit with them while they recover while the rest enjoy the city. Val tries to enter the palace, but only the alms are allowed to enter, and he also learns that Queen Palomina is missing, which, according to the guards, is something that happens quite frequently. Morley talks with the stranger, who he deduces is Palomina in disguise. I love how hilarious he kind of points out. He's like, "Yeah, by the way, you're totally Palomina, and you're not fooling anybody," because she's like a woman dressed up in men's clothing. But he's just like, "You're not fooling anybody." She reveals that she is seeking console from Morley's father, Niccolo. Which this Niccolo guy, I'm going to assume like he is like some kind of recurring character from the other Mana series because of how much emphasis and importance they play on this guy, who otherwise is just built up to be like a wealthy merchant and nothing else. But like heads of state and places are going to him for help for some reason. And also he has significant plot relevance in other ways. But she discloses to him that she has actually been chosen as the alm some time ago, but is worried about what that means politically for her city after she is gone, as Passar, the guy we met before who's a dickhead, is next in line for governance. Morley offers his opinions on the matter, and they both contemplate on the future after they are gone. Again, touching on the whole, like, yeah, we really are about to go, sacrifice ourselves to the tree. We are no more after this. And this also raises a really fun question of like, yes, this is the head of state that's being told to go to the mana tree, which what does that mean politically? Like, that's turmoil. That's kind of a really fun question to ask, and I'm kind of glad they set it up like that. It's really fun. Really, really, really hard-hitting questions that they ask. So Val meets Hina in the market and they have a chat. Hina is holding a pendant but explains she does not need possessions as an alm and has no real need for them. I mean, for obvious reasons. She wants to meet Val on the pier before heading to the palace, and Val, Jesus Christ. Val purchases the pendant for her, very sweetly. The couple share a moment before heading to the sanctorium for the rites. Queen Palomina is present, as is Passar. During the rites, Passar reveals that he is aware that Palomina was chosen as the alm, and thus the information spreads. They don't really know how he knows, but I mean, I guess it would be in his best interest to know, because as she said, if she's alm, that means he has the throne. Palomina has no qualms about being an alm, but is worried about Passar taking over after her absence. Again, she isn't worried about the fact that she is killing herself, sacrificing herself. She's worried about what happens after she's gone. So Prince Ian, Palomina's younger brother and heir to the throne, reveals that Niccolo, and again, they haven't revealed Ian because he's young, so it's like Passar is technically, like, I guess legally in the next in line because he's an old fuck. But anyways, reveals that Niccolo had been arrested, the guy we've been talking about a few times at this point, with Palomina informing Palomina wasn't arrested, but Niccolo had been arrested. Palomina informing the party that this is because Niccolo is a very influential merchant. Again, I get that he's an influential merchant, but this is like, I don't know, the president going to talk to the fucking head of Walmart for like some advice about something. I don't know. And has thwarted Passar on many occasions in the past. Passar has him framed for obstructing the water flow in the city, which this city is all about water, is very important to them. And so now the party, including Palomina, must find out what is really the cause of the problem in order to save Niccolo. So the party arrives at the place Morley's sibling, which is a merchant we met earlier in the adventure, and Morley's sibling being like not by blood, because Niccolo, I guess, just takes in orphans because he wants free child labor or something. But basically he has 3 younger sisters that are all like little cat girls, and they all annoyingly say mew every time they want to say you or something like that, because I guess someone thought that was cute and wasn't aggravating at all. But anyways, so she reveals that where she thinks the source of the water problem is. The party finds Passar there and catch him red-handed, as he is the one who is causing the problem with the flow of water into the city. The party fights his giant pet crab, I guess. I don't know how this connects with him blocking water or something. It's never really explained what he's doing to do it. We just know, I guess, he has a giant crab. And restore the water flow to the city and ruining Passar because they reveal that it was his fault, yada, yada, yada. However, Passar, in a really cool moment, actually, for a character you'd think is just like a mustache twirling, villain. However, Passar sows doubt in the hearts of the Alms, especially Hina, claiming that being an Alm is an empty experience, throwing their lives away for the sake of others and not getting to have a life themselves. Which, again, I really like that this random guy, again, we see him, he's a mustache twirling kind of like stereotype, but he brings up basically what I've been thinking and probably a lot of other players think at this point, like confronting them directly with like what the actual issue is. I mean, don't you think this is unfair that just a fairy comes down from the sky and points at you and says, kill yourself, and you just have to accept it? And so I kind of like that he just like dropped that bombshell, and the fact that they focus on Hina, especially kind of like having doubts about the whole situation. I was really getting into it. It was a juicy ass story. I was loving it at this point. So upon returning to the city, Palomina is officially named the Alm of Water, and her brother takes over as ruler, with Niccolo advising him. Okay, I'm going to stop there because the next part of this is fucking bonkers and needs its own little section by itself. So, we get into the city, then this whole Illistana section is pretty long. So here we are introduced to Palomina, who's a new party member, and oh my fucking god, I was blown away by her thighs when I first saw her. I really like her. She's mainly magic focused. She has a Morning Star kind of mace attack, or she can kick people to death, or she has like a scythe thing. She has really cool abilities. The only thing I don't like about her character is the fact that I don't know what the hell they did when they modeled her face. It's a pretty face, but like she has like this permanent like disapproving, like kind of scared look on her face. I don't know how to describe it, but her eyebrows are just kind of like turned in a way that she's always like, I don't know, worried about something, and it's like that's like her like neutral expression, and I don't know, it bothered me. But she's really cool. She's very regal, very royal, very proper. Obviously, she's a queen. She was in my party for the rest of the game, and it was also basically my glass cannon, essentially. I gave her the lunar ability, I gave Karina the air ability, and then also after all this, you get the water soul vessel, which I failed to mention actually, which I actually gave to Val, which gives him a great sword. And that was my party makeup largely for the rest of the game until I switched Karina's later, and then switched Palomina's. But anyways, so we have Palomina, we have a couple more lore tidbits, more world building, more relationship building with Val and Hina, and then we have, again, more of the hard-hitting questions being addressed with Passar confronting the party about, like, the reality of what they're doing, which most of them kind of, like, defiantly say is like, no, we know we're doing the right thing, but Hina's, like, hesitant about it. So it's not a whole lot, but like I said, this next section gets real, because it's going to cut real deep, so we're going to let it have its own time by itself. So, Jordan, do you have anything to say about Illistana and Palomina and anything that happens with Passar and the water city?
I thought the place was, I don't know, for me, that water place, I was expecting it to be a way more as watery. I mean, after you saw everything, like how the elements were into place, it was just this giant water fountain and super soaker kind of looking thing that you're just like, okay, I it's not really appealing to me what we got going on here. I understand this is like she has got royalty and stuff like that, and she did fit out right. I liked her a lot. She is actually a really good character to have on the team. I was using her quite a bit. It was when they started getting in all the politics of everything, I was just like, please just get back to where we fucking need to be, and let's just go kill things again. There's just a lot of talking because I was just getting tired of it, so I was like, okay, move on. It was just getting more broader, a little bit darker as we were starting to see more things that still were to come, but this one per se, I was kind of falling off. There's a lot of shit going on, and I was just like, I just would rather just be fighting shit at this point.
I mean, it's fair. If you don't really care for those kind of questions and just want to get back to the gameplay, I mean, I understand it was probably a bit of a slower chapter for you, because I think the only real fighting you do is within the little water temple area thing that you go and confront Passar in, which doesn't really last that long. So, I mean, I can see that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, Corey, how do you feel about this section?
I mean, this is a first, like, major kind of like gathering of characters. Well, I mean, there's like the one other one, but it is a pretty important story beat. Because you also, I didn't realize that little dickhead squirrel guy was going to be like a recurring character of like this zone. So it was kind of like, oh, okay, so now we kind of have like a visual, mysterious bad guy kind of person to attach to, because there really isn't one so far. Like, you're kind of just, I'm going to a tree, and then there's not really anybody that's like in the way of this. You're just kind of going. I mean, the bosses don't really count either, because the bosses that you're fighting are just monsters for monsters' sake. The water towns, because there's the first water town when you get there, that you take the elevator that has like the fountain and stuff, and then you get to the palace. They're probably my favorite designed like locations in the game. I really liked the palace area. Like, I like it's just so like just huge and imposing. When you get inside of it, though, it's just kind of like, I have to go to this one room, but you have to do basically a giant lap around the entire place to get to it.
Fucking mile to get there.
Yeah, there's no way to like, well, one, you can't double jump, but there's no other way to jump like over the balcony. So it's just like, hold on, let me run all the way around there just so you can tell me to go back outside. And there's no fast travel point at the doorway either for that spot, so you have to walk it every time.
It's a recurring thing that happens in Chapter 7, and we'll get to that. The whole go here, go back, go here, go back.
I mean, it looks really good. I do like that the characters are like, you kind of get more screen time with Val and Hina. And then the Queen. She made it to my team. I used her. I was playing as her. I liked the spells that she had, and like her scythe weapon. But I don't think you get the scythe just yet. I think that comes. Oh well, yeah, you do with the water. But the water I gave to Val, and that ability is just funny because also what it basically gives you is just like a fire hose to spray enemies down.
Bubble
and
hose.
He's always using that thing. So it would just be pushing all the enemies to the edge, and then they get a critical bubble.
It's also like broken, because so like the other vessels, the water one has an attack, and it basically turns into a big water gun, but it like makes a bubble around the enemies, which eventually bursts, but it does so much fucking damage. Like, holy crap, it does a lot of damage.
Not to mention that Val, as a water user, is also a great sword. So, like, his attack output is so huge. So it's just, all he does is hoses everybody down, and then they have a debuff on them for defense, and then he just starts wailing on them. And it's like, all right, dude, I think this is what you're going to do for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's what my Val did for the rest of the game. My Val stayed as water Val.
Yeah. So that was the broken class that was like, wow, the third one I got, huh? Didn't have to wait till all 8 came in. I just know that this is the one. And then the other thing too is like the characters when they do their like class move, their animations are so cool, and like depending on the weapon type they have is the animation that you get, but it's like every time you do it, it's cool. Like that's what I liked about it. And Tales of Arise is a very similar thing where like the super moves are so well done that like I always liked doing them, and so like I was trying to get the meter full so I could like see that damage just dump on them at that point, because it is like if you're also the opposite element for a critical, then you're just gonna like out of nowhere just 3,000 damage after hitting them for like 40 and 30 here.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that the area is really, this part of the game is very important, especially for where we're going. And the cat guy is kind of weird. He is in other games. Not
is
all
he
of
a
them.
Fucking cat? Help me. Is he a cat? Because he looks like a fucking rabbit.
I don't really know exactly.
By the way, we're talking about Niccolo.
Yeah, Niccolo. He says like meow and stuff.
Well, no, he
like
talks like this. So he's like, it's like this cutesy talk. Like I said with Marley's little sisters, they say Mew when they say you. So I know it's kind of hard to hear, but when I'm saying like Mew, like the Pokemon Mew. So it's like, oh, Mewster, how can I help Mew today? It's like Mew need to do this, Mew need to do that. I'm like, oh my god, stop.
Yeah. The additive too of the three cat girls is kind of nice because it was just a way for them to explain here's a zone that doesn't have a town, but they're here to sell you stuff because I know you need it right now.
That's how I thought. I was like, oh, good. You just need to give me a shop, and you just have 3 cat girls with giant backpacks. Cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, I like this part of the game. It was lore heavy, but like for a good reason. Because I also remember us playing this on Discord and talking about it, and you were like, what the hell is this stupid tree doing? Like, why are they doing this? And then we're about to get the answer, like, very early on.
Well, not necessarily the answer, but they're just addressing questions I have. Like I said, especially with a fun question like, what if someone really important politically gets chosen as an alm? It's like, what does that mean? It's like a bunch of fucked up shit.
I gotta go.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just like,
I'm not the queen anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Your whole life just gets thrown in the toilet immediately, and I love it. I love them addressing those questions. So, Edwin, you have anything to say about this portion?
So when I first saw like that water kingdom, I don't remember like where it looks familiar to like another thing. Maybe it was a Ghibli studio film, but it just, I don't know. It just looked very familiar to like another game or movie. But one thing that did strike me as odd is that there's dragon people and then there's like these squirrel people. Yet they're like half animal, but Morley is like full animal but humanoid. It's like I don't understand why he's the only like fully cat person.
Well, he's. Oh, go ahead, Gordon.
I was going to say, in the chat, in our general chat, I sent an image of like what the Beastmen looked like.
I know that's what makes it weird. Why the style change?
I was confused about him too, and then when he was like, "Oh, he's a Beastman" or whatever, and I was like, "Oh, that's what they look like in this game." Okay, and then at some point we get to the town where it's like all those like cat people or whatever.
Yeah, these were the tailed ones, I guess is what Palomina calls her species, because they seem to have different animal tails. I failed to mention that. Yes, Palomina is not. I think she has a squirrel tail, is what she has. She's she's like an animal person. Same thing as Passar. Same thing as her younger brother. But I swear,
he has a skunk tail.
No, you're right. Yeah, he has a skunk tail. So, but yeah, they're called the tail because it's like they all have just like random animal tails. She doesn't have animal ears, but she has an animal tail. That's it. I'm not. It's weird.
Yeah, there's also a side quest of 2 kids that are addressing like tails, and you have to go ask people about their tails because this kid's concerned his tail isn't like nice enough or something like that. It's like, okay.
I just think it's a weird concept for a fantasy species, especially when you have a bunch of like pretty much what Edwin said. It's like it's a weird concept for. There doesn't seem to be like a lot of cohesion in how the races are. Yeah, but again, if that's just part of it, it's part of it. But I mean, it's just weird.
Well, I mean, Marley has a tail. Karina has a tail. But they're not tailed
like
ones.
Edwin said, and like I said, Morley's just like a full cat.
Yeah, it's just like just meowing at everybody.
And ironically, he's the only one who doesn't, but his fucking father and siblings do. It's weird. Okay. Anyways, all right. Strap the fuck in, because shit's about to get real. Last warning for spoilers. Because this is probably if not the most important, one of the most important parts of the game right here. I would almost mark it as the most important. And we had to get it this early on in the game because this is kind of what changes everything. And again, I implore, if anyone finds what I'm about to say interesting in a story standpoint, go play or watch the game yourself, because I am not going to do these scenes like emotional justice. I'm going to tell you what happens straight up, but experiencing them in the game is something else. Okay, buckle in. So, The party separates, Val having to stay in the inn and not in the palace with the others. Again, we've addressed this. He's not a alm, so he can't stay in the palace for some arbitrary reason.
Get wrecked, noob.
Yeah. He thinks about Hina because it's sweet, and he decides to go check on her. Finding her on the balcony, Hina confides in him that she is scared and having doubts about being the alm, starting to realize all she is going to have to give up in losing her soul to the tree. Eorin overhears their conversation and offers the couple a way out, a future free of the alm sacrifice. Hina wants to hear him out, and the couple meet him at the pier. As they walk, Hina confides more in Val, now certain that she does not want to die, to keep living and making memories with Val. This makes her feel selfish and unworthy of being an alm. This is what's causing her so much grief, like internal strife, because she knows she has something important to do, but she feels like her personal feelings are being selfish and against what's supposed to be happening. The pair meet Eorin, and he tells him of his past with Liza, carefully omitting the details of what exactly happened to her and claiming that he can make things right again and make a world with no sacrifice. Val and Hina agree that they want to stay together and agree to help. He takes the pair to Renus Shrine, a place to perform some ritual he claims will fix things. However, once there and the ritual is underway, Eorin is revealed to be a traitor and uses Val's power to crystallize monsters. Again, quick side note, I didn't mention it up to this point because the game doesn't really bring much attention to it, but Val briefly mentions that when he defeats monsters, sometimes he makes these little like crystals with power in them, essentially. They have no use to the game up until this point. To take Hina's soul and crystallize it into a core stone for Eorin's own purposes. This leads to Hina's death and Val's immense sorrow at her love confession as she fades away. So basically, Eorin traps them in this ritual circle, forces Val to use his power on her to extract her soul, essentially, and kills Hina. And then he takes off with her soul. Val returns to the party and explains what happened, now in a state of depression due to his action. Also mad at him for rushing on such a fool's errand. Again, this is completely against what this entire world believes for many, many years. So Val goes to the pier to fight with his feelings, where Niccolo, again, I say he's important. Again, he's weirdly important. He speaks strangely, but he speaks good things. Finds him and gives him a heart-to-heart talk about his responsibility in dealing with this tragedy. He is soon joined by the rest of the party who share the sentiments. Val then asks them all to assist him in tracking down Eorin to retrieve Hina's core stone, and to take that to the mana tree in her stead. The others agree to help as they are all in this together. Luckily, Eorin slipped where he was going to, Elusia Isle, the same place where the mana tree grows. The party set off with the temporary new mission of getting Hina's core stone back. So that's not a lot in terms of length, but it is a fuck ton in terms of story. So I'm going to stop right there. Holy fuck, I love this portion of the game. This was the part of the game that made me realize, oh shit, I'm in for some real good stuff right now. I had texted Corey after the fact. I was like, shit, this just got real. Like, if I wasn't invested in this game before, I am like 10,000% invested in now. We are hit with a major character death, especially a major character death for just wanting to live, wanting to go against this world's rules, and wanting to live out her life with the person that she loves. And I'll admit, I cried at this portion. After it was all done, I shed a few tears. I was very emotional after this. I was fucked up. Especially after continuing adventuring and getting on the wolf, and then now Val is riding that wolf without Hina behind him. He's all lonely on the wolf, and it made me really sad. But again, they are addressing all the questions that I want them to address and kind of showing me the consequences of trying to go against the fate of this world, your fate as an alm, essentially, and like how far Eorin is willing to go in order to like get revenge / fix the problem with his own lover's problem that he had with Liza. So Hina's gone. Val is very distraught, and I feel like the voice actor does a fantastic job in portraying Val's like change of tone to being very depressed, because Val feels completely guilty for this because, I mean, when Hina confesses that she wants to stay with him, he basically says the same thing. Is like, yeah, I want you to stay too, but what are we supposed to do about it? Where Eorn comes in and gives them a way out. So you can't really blame them for believing him. Especially because up to this point, he seemed like a stand-up guy. And then when, Hina's dying in his arms and is fading away, saying how they were going to stay together and have a bunch of kids together, it is very heartbreaking, and it was very sad. I'm getting sad just thinking about it. And then Niccolo comes in telling Val, like, yes, you fucked up, but unfortunately, that's life. You make mistakes and you got to live with them, but you got to keep pushing forward. Like, you took on this responsibility, and even though you messed up, you have a responsibility to the rest of the alms, and you can't just quit now. You'll find your way forward. And Niccolo, again, he talks very strangely by saying Mew, which kind of undercuts the seriousness of the situation. But the things that the character says are very important and very heartwarming and pretty good pep talk. I very much liked it. Again, I am omitting everything people say specifically, especially with the character's reactions, because Karina is incredibly mad at him because he's like, how could you do this? Why would you go against what the alms are doing? Palomina's kind of neutral on the situation, being like, yes, you fucked up, but, there's more to it. Morley, on the surface, is trying to console him, being like, no, Val, it's not your fault. We'll find out. We'll work together. And then after Val walks away, Karina's like, are you not mad at him? And Morley's like, no, of course I'm angry at him, but yelling at him right now isn't going to help anything, which I actually really loved for Morley's character in that moment, because it showed that he's playing both fields essentially. He feels for Val as a friend, but at the same time, he's like, yeah, I am kind of mad at you for like going against what this entire thing is about. Like, kind of besmirching my honor as an alm. It was a fantastic sequence of events, and I absolutely adore it. It might be my favorite moment in the game, at least in terms of story, because how important it is. It's very sad, and it's like the low point of this whole story, but we're going to recover from it as we go forward. So, Jordan, do you have anything to say about this section?
Not much. I'm not much into the sad stuff. Again, I just want to get into the good shit. It's after this when I start actually enjoying a lot more of this part. This is for probably others that would enjoy it better than me.
I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna put like a flaming poop on you first.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. People like other stuff. I understand. I'm a story guy, so I very much like characters and stories. But if you're all about that gameplay and you're just like skip cutscene, because I understand. It's not nearly as emotional, but I felt the same playing Space Marine. I don't give a fuck about what anyone's saying. I just want to get back to killing shit. So I understand the sentiments. And if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But anyway, so Corey, do you have anything to say about this section?
This kind of like, I was expecting like, okay, something isn't right here. But then I was just like, holy shit. The person who didn't want to die, so she tried to do something, ends up dying anyways sooner. So it's like, you would have had that adventure you were talking about if you just shut the hell up. But, I get it, and it was like, if there was just a chance that it would work, they go. But making him do it, I was like, oh man. And now I hate that guy. So
yeah, exactly.
Like as soon as, because I saw him like when he showed up a little bit, because in the demo you see him and it's like, oh, I don't really know who this is. So like, I saw him in the demo first, and then he's the guy from the beginning of the game. And when he kind of appears and he's like, hey, I got this cool idea. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Last time I saw you, you were fucking up some shit. And I feel like you're going to try to do that here. But that moment, I was like, damn, well, she's like gone. And then it's like, yeah. Like, oh, well, fuck.
Pretty much.
And they're like, well, we still have to keep it pushing there, dude. So you can cry, but do it on the back of that wolf because we got to keep going. It's like, oh my God. Okay. And, it's like the other part of it that's really good is he's not just her boyfriend. Like the relationship aside, he's the guardian of the alms, and he got one killed. It's like, and it just happened to be his girlfriend too. So it's like you doubled up on that fuck up there, guy.
Yeah.
and it was just like, okay. And for a game that's like so whimsical, to just have this like, hey, want to listen to her cry because she's going away? It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was fucked up, but I loved it. I loved how fucked up it was. Well, they were willing to go there.
Because I like dark stories, and I like how they approach it too. Because yes, like Morley was very much like, Val, hey man, I'm sorry, you idiot. And then everybody's like, hey man, I know that sucks, you idiot. And he's just kind of like, okay guys. And it really is a very it's a character arc moment, because he does get way more serious after this about like what it is that he has to do, and which is really nice. And the game's tone changes, and like the banter back and forth between the characters as you're running around the world, they kind of talk to each other because they're always outside of the party, rather than like some of the RPGs in the past where like everybody kind of goes into the main character and then you're just kind of meandering by yourself. Like there's a lot of character buildup where you're running around the fields and they're just chatting. So it's kind of like he talks about his feelings with them. So you really kind of grow alongside the party too. And this is a huge story moment. So like there's a lot of talking about it that happens like right after this too, when you're just running around the fields. So it's definitely like we got you. Now you're going to beat the game. Because you want to find out what's going to happen now. Because it's less about getting the alms to the tree and more about figuring out how to fix this fucking problem. Because you need an alm to get to the tree.
Yeah, because immediately afterwards, like the Tiania volcano starts like acting up because there is no alm anymore. So you're already like, oh shit. And yeah, what I also like is that Val does not. Why do I keep wanting to say Val? Val doesn't get over this immediately. Like it takes him like a while for him to get back to his like usual self. And as you say, the banter in the field, it's kind of sweet because the people in his party are trying to like get him to think about other things to get his mind off of it. Like they're trying to help, but ultimately the best thing they can do is like leave him alone more or less and just kind of be there if he wants to talk. Mm-hmm. In fact, I think it's not word for word, and I think Morley says it because Karina's like trying to get him to talk because she's trying to get his like mind off it or something, and he's not really responding. He's like, yeah, whatever. And Morley tells her like, just be there and don't initiate conversation, but do talk back if he initiates conversation. Like, we're going to be here for him, but we gotta let him deal with this shit. And I thought it was really, really sweet. I really, really liked it. And like I said, it made me a lot warm up to the party as a whole, but like especially Morley and people like that. And I don't know, I it's so much to be said about that one character story moment.
And I want to throw in some more because now I feel like an asshole, but I just like, because now everybody's going in crazy with the story and stuff. I get it. Okay. It's definitely story driven. I like the story. I just did not like how easy Val was just fucking throw her over because he was just too stupid to just trust exactly everything. Like, yeah, just stand right here on this sacrifice looking circle thing. Just stand right there. Don't move. Are you sure?
The optics aren't very good.
Are you sure? No. You just stand right there. There's like this big thing coming up. You just stay there. It's going to happen. What's going to happen? You just stand there and find out. There you go.
You stand on the X.
Now you just lost your girl. Well, I'm like, you idiot.
It's out of desperation because as Corey said, and I'll acknowledge it. Like, even if they didn't do this was going to be the end result anyways. Like, theoretically, if they went all the way to the mana tree, this was still going to happen because at the end, Hina's going to sacrifice herself anyways. So it basically just happened sooner, but they took a gamble on an out by someone they technically trusted. And as we've seen, Hina and Val are very trusting of people. So they had, granted, as soon as he's like, let's go right now, I was like, oh, fuck, something's going to happen.
Yeah, get on my boat. Get on my boat across the river of Styx. I'll lead you where you need to go. I'm like, well, this is kind of shady, bro. No, man, it's all good. This way.
Does it have to be at night?
Yeah, at night when no one's watching.
Can we do this when everybody else is here, too?
It's called tone.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, the nice part, too, and it's like, kind of like a monster foreshadowing for what we're going to discuss later, but like, Val very much could have been what the guy that you end up dealing
yes.
with in this game, but it doesn't go that way, which is nice because that would have been a double up of whole fuck for the planet. But it is a very similar, like, you can relate to why this guy is very pissed.
Oh yeah, no, well here's the thing. I hated Eorin, but I also kind of got it. Like he's trying to still save his girlfriend in the sense that he probably feels like he fucked up too, but he's like, no, this is what I have to do is fucking kill your girlfriend to get my girlfriend. And I'm like, God, you're an asshole, but I understand why you're such a dick.
This dark image of him just standing in front of her statue with dead people around him as he's like wiping their blood on the rocks going, why isn't this working?
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I just adore it. I thought it was a fantastic story beat. Yes, it can be a bit goofy, but I mean, it's just who Val and Hina were. They were very trusting people. I mean, even Val does say, like, hesitantly, like, do we got to step on the scary circle of death? He's like, yeah, don't trust me, bro.
It only works when you stand on it.
It only works when you stand on it.
It's like, okay.
So yeah, absolutely adore it, and yeah, it's so much good things about it story wise, and it like I said, at first I thought the story was kind of meh, but at this point I was a fish on a hook. I was like, take me away, take me to the ship, put me in a tuna can. I want to go. I want to see the end of this shit. Edwin, do you have anything to say about this section?
I just find it completely weird. It's like, it really took up this many generations for anyone to question this stuff about the Tree of Mana, and then this annoying, clearly evil rich guy is the only one who's like actually questioning it, and he has like no involvement in it. But like also, it's like, if you live this kind of lifestyle, you would not want to risk having a love life with anyone like while this shit is going on. It's like, why would you bother? It's like, hey, I fell in love with this person. Oh, I'm going to lose this person because of this sacrifice that they have to make in order for the rest of us to live.
Like, I get where you're coming from with that, but the thing is that, like, as we've established this, it happens roughly every 4 to 5 years, I believe is what they say, and it's the same context as, like, you live in, like, let's just take, like, I don't know, New York City, I suppose. We live in a horrible dystopian future where every 4 years, one person out of that city needs to be sacrificed on an altar, or else, like, Cthulhu comes in and destroys the city, right?
It was like, so, well, here's the thing.
It's not a hunch, by the way. It's not like we're doing this because we think Cthulhu might come back. It's like, last time we didn't do this.
Like, we lost California that way, but like, we know he's gonna come, and the mathematical probabilities of you being chosen as that person are incredibly low. I know the population scale is not a great comparison, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, because obviously they're not going to render in every single person who lives in these cities, but so having a normal life is palpable, is fine, because every 4 years you're going to roll a dice for, like, I don't know, let's just even say a 1% chance.
Hunger Games.
Yeah, that you'll have to be sacrificed to the mana tree. But the thing is, their reasoning for it, a lot of them, especially like Morley's especially, is like, I am sacrificing myself, but I'm doing it for the ones I love, because if I don't, everybody dies. And they know it for a fact that it happens. So but that's what makes the world so dark, and why they, like, it's not necessarily that anyone, no one's questioned it. It's like, this is just life. Like, it's been going on for so long. This is just how things work. Like, we have to do this or everyone dies. So we're going to make the best out of it we can. Whoever gets chosen as Alm is like a place of honor. You know, we're going to make this as comfortable basically as possible, even though we know what we're doing is kind of fucked, but if we don't do it, everybody dies. And it's not necessarily just Passar, because as we go forward, we're going to see other characters' opinions on this as we get more into the story, and there's a bunch of varying opinions, but not everyone is sold on the whole just like kill yourself thing. There are alternatives to it, but they just see it in different lights. So
another thing too to state is that Val's village is always the village that has the guardian that leads them all.
Oh, is that true? That's
twice in a row. I was thinking the same thing.
That's why it's kind of, because it's convenient that it's like, oh, Hina and him, because he was like one of the best, swordsmen that was in the village, because they trained the guardians there, and they always come from there.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
That's why he's the guardian. And like that's how it fits with the like, oh, what's the coincidence of like the girlfriend and boyfriend? It's like, well, they both come from the same village, so that's kind of how that works out.
That seems like a recipe like made for disaster. It's like, hey, these two totally living in the same village totally aren't going to already be in love with each other. And then it was like, you got to send them off to a village for them to die.
Oh,
and
why did the home have to be a cute girl? Damn it!
Well, like I said at the beginning, it's almost like they chose the people who it's like, you look like you're smart and have a bright future ahead of you. You'll be great food for the tree.
Yeah,
I was like, great.
Well, I'm assuming it's just like if whatever soul you give it is like what the magic is going to be. So if you give it a bad soul, it's going to be corrupted magic, which is just going to tear the world apart.
They basically say that in not so many words, but yeah, it's basically the people who have like the most hope, the most like the best magic, the best mana. Yeah, I mean it's fucked up. It really is. It's like you are the most dedicated to everything, so you get to die. So
the logic is don't be a good person and you'll live.
Kind of, you're a shithead. They definitely won't pick you.
I shoplift once a year just to make sure I don't get chosen. But now I have to keep doing it because if I give up shoplifting, the thing's going to think I've become a better person and I'll have the stats increase on my chances.
Yeah. It's like reverse Santa.
Yeah.
The opposite lottery. You don't want to be picked.
Yeah, exactly. I wake up in Christmas morning going, God, I hope there's coal downstairs.
Okay, we got a good conversation out of that. That's what I was hoping. Important to the rest of the story. Anyways, so the next part of their journey is called going to the Beast Watch to scale a wall where they need to plant this thing called a jack seed that Niccolo has in order to scale this wall, Jack and the Beanstalk style for some reason. I don't know. God knows why they don't just build a ladder or like stairs or something.
It's pretty tall.
It is tall, but
we need a magic plant.
What do they do with the old magic plant? Because apparently they do this every 4 years. So like they keep planting a new plant. And then what do they do with it afterwards? Things the size of a skyscraper. They just cut it down and be done with it? I don't know.
Cut it down. You gotta make the journey hard. Not easy. Yeah.
So they have this weird arbitrary thing. They have to plant this magic beanstalk in the ground in order to scale this giant wall to like where the mana tree is. So the group sets out for the Beast Watch where they have this place where they do that at. The area is guarded against monsters, but where the party must scale a jack plant in order to proceed to their quest to Eleusia. They venture forward through a farmland and desert area. Again, I'm skipping a lot of gameplay here because this is just combat and explorative sections. When I say, when I stop, if you guys have anything to say about those areas, go ahead and say them. But I mean, you fight like a big rabbit boss in the middle of this. There's more items, more monsters, more mini bosses, but it's just all the same we've had, and it's all good of the same.
A lot of locations.
Like, it's fun repetitiveness because it's just more stuff to do that's already fun, So, anyways. So the guards at the watch attempt to grow the jack seed, but it fails as the Alm of Earth has failed to complete the trip last time. As if you remember, the last Alm of Earth was Liza, who's now, weeping angel statuing in the middle of the village. And thus weakening the earth and its ability to grow. The Watch counsels that they may be able to get the power directly from the Earth Elemental, who's called Gnome, and thus the party make a detour to the destroyed land of Guju to gain his assistance, with Guju is the destroyed Earth village from Liza and Eorn's past. They travel to the free city of Sata, which is a little port town, which is... I don't know what the fuck is up with this place, but I'll get to that. In order to procure a boat to travel to the Earth continent, Sata has a strange philosophy of all who stay there give up their possessions as everything belongs to everyone. Val manages to find a boat, but is told a huge wall of water prevents passage to the continent. He regroups with the caravan and begins to formulate a plan with Palomina when they are approached by a citizen of the city, Glyph, this random ass NPC, by the way, who comes out of fucking nowhere to just drop philosophy on everyone for just completely out of the blue. As he inquires as to why the Alms and Solgar need to cross the water to the dead continent anyways. Val explains the situation, and Glyph proclaims it may be time for the pilgrimage to end, even if it ends in disaster if that is the fate of the world, then so be it. and whether the rest of the world is living in peace in exchange for the alms sacrifice is even fair and proper. He asks Val what he really thinks of his duty and how he sees the alms, to which Val is largely unable to answer. This gets Val thinking of even how and why the sacrifices began and starting to question his worldview on the whole. Val and Palomina leave the crowded square when Palomina says she is not feeling well. They go to the cliff by the cape that overlooks the sea. However, Palomina begins acting strangely when she starts hearing a haunting melody that is seemingly being drawn towards the cliffs. Val pulls her back as the wall of water rushes up at the same time. Palomina snaps out of it and they rejoin the others to discuss it, deciding this may be connected to the wall of... The singing may be connected to the wall of water. I worded that weird. The group decides to investigate the song at Tato Temple, which a poem to the same melody is related to. Before leaving, Glyph gives the party the Vessel of Fire in order to help them. He just has this. This random fucking guy spouts philosophy about them and makes them question their entire worldview. He's like, here's a magic item I just kept in my house. Hey, if you can have it, I don't fucking know. And we never talk to this guy again. It's just weird. I find it very strange. This fucking guy comes out of nowhere and drops all that shit and just leaves.
I kind of found it weird that the Vessel of Fire wasn't in the Fire Village.
I know. I was like, why do you have this? So at Tato Temple, the party unravels the mystery of the poem of a prince and a princess and ends up fighting / meeting Vuskov, the prince / monster from the poem, because the whole twist is that it's not a human man or not a human prince and princess. He's like a big Kappa monster demon. He's like this giant turtle duck thing. He is really doofy looking, but in kind of an endearing way.
Yeah.
The party fights him after releasing him from his stone prison, but afterwards he realizes his error and apologizes. He takes the party to the coast where he lets them climb aboard, and he rushes at the wall of water where he is reunited with the princess, a monster similar to him. He takes them across the sea to the Earth continent, a wasteland of sand, since the mana had abandoned this place. So we'll cut off there since Guju's is its own whole thing. So I mean, we didn't cover a whole heck of a lot, but it's just easier to cut it off this way. But so we left from here, went to Beastwatch, realized that the Jack seed isn't going to grow, so we need to go take a detour to visit Gnome in Guju to see if he can help with like the fertility of the soil. We can't cross the water. We go to Sata, which, again, philosophy is weird. We meet Glyph. They meet the wall of water connected to this song, which is connected to this temple. They go there, free Vuskov. Vuskov becomes our like cross-continental boat, essentially, and takes them to Guju. So, as far as what I think about this whole thing, I think Glyph is a very random character to just show up out of nowhere and just start dropping philosophy on them. He kind of says a bunch of shit that I was thinking, kind of same with Passar and how the whole situation happened previously. So, I mean, let me reiterate it. Glyph basically asks Val straight up. It's like, how do you see the alms? Do you pity them? Like, what are they to you? Are they people? Are they sacrifices? Like, what does it mean to you? And Val doesn't really know how to answer that. And I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Cabin in the Woods, one of my favorites, but kind of how I kind of thought about the whole situation before more got revealed. At the end of that movie, because the whole movie is like a subversion of horror tropes, basically, two of the survivors, this stoner guy and this girl, they establish that all horror movies are like sacrifices to basically giant demons in the earth, essentially, that we sacrifice it to them to appease them or they destroy the earth. Kind of a lot similar to how this works. And at the end of this, the stoner and the girl refuse to kill themselves. They subvert all the traps and monsters that are thrown at them. And they just kind of sit down, and the stoner guy's like, hey, if this is what we've been reduced to, maybe it's time for the world to just fucking end. And at the end of the movie, the world just fucking ends because they just didn't sacrifice themselves, and the demons erupt from the earth and destroy the entire world, presumably. And I kind of like, I mean, I think it's a fair way to look at it. It's like, if we're reduced to just sacrificing people on an altar, what have we become, you know? And this guy basically straight up says it. It's like, man, we're in a situation where the alms have to sacrifice themselves, causing all this heartbreak in the world. You know, maybe the world should just fucking end, because we are guaranteed that if we do not do this, that the world is going to fall into ruin. But they just throw up their hands. They're like, hey, you know, maybe that's the way it's meant to be, because this is from the free people of Sata who don't have an alm. They just kind of do what they want over here in the corner of the continent, which their whole philosophy is like, hey, yeah, no one owns anything here. I really thought that was going to evolve into like some person be like, hey, give me your sword. I need that. It's like, but it's mine. It's like, no one owns anything here. Like, I really thought there was going to be some kind of conflict in this village, but there just isn't. But in a village of no one owning anything, there sure are a bunch of merchants that like charging me for stuff.
Yeah.
But that weird village aside, I don't even know why we needed that motif, but just to, I guess to justify Glyph's like free thinking on the situation. But yeah, they address again, what I was thinking. If the alms sacrifice, even though it's only a few people, for the sake of, you know, presumably thousands, at least millions, if it's even fair and just to keep asking people to do this every 4 years or so, which is really cool. Again, they keep addressing the darker, more serious parts of the story, which I really enjoy. So, and then you get the fire candle. Again, this unlocks not a whole lot of traversal things. You use this very rarely in the field, but it basically, you can like ride it as a rocket and shoot around places. In combat, it's fun. It's basically just like a super punch. You just rocket forward and punch the shit out of people. This is when I solidified my team lineup, because I gave this to Karina. And Karina, she has like this Chinese dress on when she has the fire on her, but her whole class was like meant to do the class strike, so it was really good at building the meter, and her class strike just did a fuck ton of damage because of all of her passives and stuff. So I turned her into the fire. I turned Palomina into the wind vessel, but I had her learn a bunch of lunar magic, because the new moon spell is like this giant beam of light that goes and does like 1,000,000 damage. But what's fun about it is that even though you switch the vessels, you don't get the passives for the classes unless that is your active class, but the spells you learn stay with you. So Palomina knew a bunch of lunar magic, but I had her switch to the air class, the wind magic vessel, because in that tree she gets a passive that if she just hits people, just kicks them, just hits square and hits them, she gets MP back. So I don't have to use items. I just switch to her, kick up people a few times, and I can just cast as many spells as I want. And it's beautiful. So she turns into like this giant glass cannon for the rest of the game for me. And then Val stays as water because magic water vessel go burr. So then we go to this temple, do a couple things there. The boss fight with Vuskov was really easy, because I think it was at this point I learned that you can essentially what I call punching up. So in the past areas, we have these ruin areas that are populated with like level 50-ish monsters, 50 to 60 monsters. And we are roughly level, I don't know, I think it was like 20 to 25 at this point. Maybe 25 to 30 is a better estimate. But basically, Corey said he managed to do one of these at level 30. I was like level 25, maybe 27 or something like that. And I decided to try one of them. And yes, you can win with these. And holy fuck, does it give a shit ton of experience when you do. And I leaped from like level 27 to like 45. And just doing like a couple of them. So I just spent the time backtracking, doing all those ruins. Especially once I got Vuskov after the point to go back into the other continent and do those ones. And I started leveling up. And at the end of those ruins, you get like super weapons and stuff. And it is kind of broken, because as long as you have enough magic cups to resurrect people, because yes, those monsters will one-shot you, but like, just don't get hit. That's as simple as that. And if you do get hit, as long as no one gets one shot, just, you know, use your magic cups to revive them, which honestly I had a ton of. And you had a ton of money at the same time, so money started not being a problem. Levels didn't become a problem. I started kind of over-leveling the entire time, but I like doing that, being rewarded for it. So we were at that point, and now we would go to Guju from there, and I think I don't have a whole lot to say about any of that. It was still the same thing. Combat's still fun. Exploration's still fun. So, Jordan, how do you feel about from what we talked about previously to where we are now?
I liked it. The fire, the fire level, and all that stuff was pretty cool. I did like the design. It was really nice. Everything obviously looked all fiery. But the part that I was getting a lot of problems was when I actually fought that stupid, dummy looking, bird looking guy. Whatever the hell he's that fucking turtle. I don't know. Vuska with whatever. They do me with a fucking helmet on. Yeah, that guy. I was just like, oh god. All right, I gotta fight this idiot. So before we even get to that point, it's just that they're telling the whole story about the loss of the love, and they still was looking and searching for that person, and they just wouldn't shut up the whole fucking way. It just like kept talking, and I know they like to try to keep you immersed in the whole game, but it's just like, can you put this shit on mute, please? I'm trying to fucking kill, and I'm just like, I hope they find the true love. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. And then we finally get there. And then now I'm just like, okay, because beforehand I was running through people, and then this is kind of when I started to notice that maybe my team is not so good. So, because I was having everybody just on attack, and I was not sure how everything was working at first, so I was just like testing the waters and was just having everybody just attacking. There was no magic being used, no nothing. So I had Val with his giant lance, and then I had, I believe, the dragon girl, and then I had, I believe, Morty. So we were like just doing all the attacks that we could, and obviously I was just like running into trouble where I was constantly trying to hit him, and not hit him, but hit the monster. He kept spawning, and eventually when we started getting to like the magic, these demon looking heads that just shoot this crazy ass fucking vortex of dark magic, whatever, we just start kicking my ass, and I literally was at that for, I don't know, like a solid 25-30 minutes because I kept dying. And so that's when I started actually changing up my classes and got everybody set up to where it was starting to make sense. Everybody's like having ourselves with a little bit of actual magic involved with attacking, because I needed to keep myself a distance away. And then moving on forward with that, we were, you got to ride the turtle looking dude, and then you're now traversing all these different areas of landscape. I didn't go far out. Like I said, I was still on that mission because I was trying to be sure I had this game done with and, was ready for this podcast. So I wasn't going out there and venturing those super powerful dudes. I only ran into them by accident a long time ago. That's what I was talking about, where it's awesome that you could accidentally go ahead and fight some badass looking dudes. And I ran into those little bear looking dudes, and I was like, okay, and I'm like swinging on them and shit, and I'm like, they ain't going down. I don't understand. And I'm fucking looking at him. He's like a level 52, and then he smacks me one time and I die. I was like, oh my god, this is definitely not the place to be. So how they have all that shit incorporated was cool. But it's pretty much close to like almost the end when I actually change up my whole crew. Because don't get me wrong, I love that Palomina. When the clothing design is just, it's, you know what I'm saying? But I had her on the side because at first how she was being played out with, it just seemed like she was very easy to damage. So she was more of I was looking at, enjoying versus having it on the team. But later on, she actually ends up being on my team and finding out she's a real badass, basically.
Alrighty then. I mean, I was kind of with you. I mean, as much as I like being with the characters when I was going through that temple, I feel like they were putting way too much emphasis on this whole fucking poem thing. And I mean, Morley calls attention to it because he literally says, like, I think Karina's getting way too into this poem, like, weird. Like, she gets way too into it for some reason. I don't know. It's strange to me. It was a little bit annoying, but yeah.
Yeah, and I was, and for video games in general, because I've just been, I don't know, just raised around it for so long that when you have a main character, you play as the main character, and the fact that you can switch off and play anybody you want, it was hard for me to let go of Val. So it was not until that point when I finally had to be like, fuck it, I have to let him go. I got to try something else, and then find out I was enjoying Morty way more. He was way more fast, way more quicker. He had his attack with his katana that was just awesome as shit. And so it was afraid to explore and try new things. And this is at the point where it really tested me. And I was like, okay, I have no choice. I'm going to have to try someone else. And then that's when I, fell in love with Morty. It was dope.
Yeah, I mean it was at the same time I started playing as Karina because the AI won't do class strikes, and because her fire one was all about class strikes, I I had to control her directly, but also just the punchy kicky thing was becoming a lot of fun for me. So that's when I switched off Val as well, because up to this point I was just playing as Val. But yeah, when I got Karina's fire spec is when I also changed into playing as Karina mainly. Corey, what do you think about this section?
Um, the boat, like I was just really happy that I now have access to like the open world. Because when I was able to travel like openly between continents, now that I can kind of have a ship, I did go back and do like a ton of side quests and stuff. But the uh the communist village was kind of funny. It's like, oh, maybe I'll get some free stuff here, and then it's like, no, gotta buy it. And then the Beast Town was kind of neat. But like you don't really spend a lot of time there, and it's really small because it's kind of just like, I don't know, maybe like 8 houses and just a bunch of people standing around. And like, so the Beast Town, like the people are kind of cool, but like the town isn't really interesting. And I'm not really a big fan of like desert areas in general. And this is like a huge desert area, like to explore. There's like the desert pirate ship and all that other stuff. The enemy designs start getting a little better. Here, the like, there's a little bit more like serious looking kind of things, and um, the dungeon with the poem wasn't like overly complicated, but like the thing that I appreciated these dungeons in the game are like they're very well themed, and they might not be overly complex, but they don't suffer from what like typical like jrpgs have, which is just wide straight hallways, and then there isn't like a lot of stuff in between. So like it's just to see that kind of carried throughout. Like all of these things are very like well designed to kind of go through. Another thing I believe with combat that we haven't said is the item usage is like limited to only 9 pieces of the item. Like you can have 1,000 of the thing, but you can only use an item 9 times in battle. So like I started to realize that when I was spamming like healing and stuff. But I do appreciate that the game itself doesn't make you aim at who you want to heal. It's just heals whoever's the lowest. So
Yeah.
that is like a really nice, like it makes for like the battle synergy to be very like smooth, because it's like, oh shit, someone's dying, and then you just, I'll throw up a heal, and then it's just, it already goes to who needs it. It's not just I'm healing myself, I have to switch to the other person to heal themselves. So that's kind of nice. The fire thing was pretty. I put that on Karina too for a while, and she was just punching everything while Val was hosing everything down. It's just really funny. And I did use the kicking one for a while because I think that was like the best weapon that I had for her at the time too. Was like the boots that she has, because that's like for her it's kicking, and then I think Karina's like punching with like gauntlets or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, you know, for me, Morley did take a like monster backseat. Like I don't think I ever put him in my party outside of like when I no longer needed him anymore. He was just kind of like ghosted into it, and I never used the character that we get after all of this either. But I did like kind of make sure that I leveled up their stuff just in case, because I do know that the RPGs tend to have this weird moment where it's like, I have a serious request that I have to permanently be on your party until it's done. And you're like, I never leveled you up. This is going to suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm glad everybody kind of shares experience and stuff like that too. So this section is mostly just a lot of traversal, or continent to continent, and going through a bunch of areas, fighting a bunch of shit. And like deserts I don't really care about, but the banter between the characters is really nice, because it's like following the monster event, and then now you get your first chance to like travel between continents anywhere you want, instead of having to like specifically go through like the fast travel method on the map. of like zone to zone all the way back to the beginning. So I was like, oh sweet, I can finally just go wherever and finish some side quests that I had cooking. I think I did that for about, got to be like 10 hours before I got back to the main storyline. I was like, okay, because I really like bumped my level up here before I went to the Guju place that you needed to go to.
Yeah, like I said, I basically did the same thing. Edwin, you have anything to say about this section?
Not really. I think this is like the part where I fell off. It was like I don't really know much past this part. I think I made it to like the important climax where Hina was gone, and I think that's like as much time as I had to like actually follow through on the story wise.
That's okay. I mean, if you want to look up later cutscenes as we're talking, if you want to have something to say about them, if you do, you want me to just skip you going forward then? And if you have something to say, you can just pipe up if you're looking at stuff in the background.
Yeah, I was like, I'll listen if I have anything to say. If like anything that sounds familiar or have an input in it, then I'll say something.
Okay, dokie. Alrighty. Going forward. So they get to Guju. They soon reach Guju, and the village is desolate. They meet the only inhabitant, Watts, in their search for gnome and answers. Their party finds Eliza still frozen in stone since the prologue that took place years ago. Watts informs the party of everything that happened to Liza and Eorin when they came to the village, and the struggles they had as a couple, and Liza had as a foreigner in the town, because as we learned, Liza's from Tiania, not from Guju. When named the Alm, they chose each other and did not want to throw away everything they worked so hard for. Watts gives the party Gnome's shovel. I don't know why he has this, but I guess why not? The Earth vessel, and directs them towards the mines, as that is the only place he can think of where Gnome might still be. So the party navigates the mines puzzles, which is with the shovel you can control these like golem things that breaks down walls and stuff. It's kind of fun, but it's a little slow. I honestly can't tell you what the Earth Vessel does in combat. I just switched everyone's things to it. I was like, that looks cool, and went back to my OP builds. So, I can't tell you actually what it does. I think it's just like earthquake stuff, but who knows? The party navigates the mines puzzles to find a large mole monster deep in the depths. And after defeating it, rescuing Gnome and making their way back to the surface. Gnome thanks them and uses what remaining mana he has to bring some life back into the earth, enough to sprout the Jack Seed and help the party scale the cliffs. The party returns to the Watch, crossing the waters again with the help of Vuskov. The convoy returns to the Beast Watch and sprouts the Jack Seed with the help of the Earth Elementals. The convoy climbs the tree to the Verdeo Burrow, where they will pick up the Alm of Wood. When the party arrives, they find Jule, a sproutling that tends to the village, and his kinsman by looking after them as a grove tender. Basically, long story short, these are like plant people, and I guess for whatever reason, only one of them is like quote unquote active at a time, while the rest of them are in like plant form and are like rooted to the earth. So he's like their tender, I guess. He informs the convoy that an alm has not been chosen. Shocker. As their ceremony of blooming sproutlings has not occurred due to none of them blooming like they should. The party convinced Jule to look for a solution, as he thinks this is simply fate and accepts the doom that has come with no alm. They find a creature called Grapplefine nearby and uproot it, but still have to find the root of the problem. They find Dryad, the elemental of wood, who informs them that Grapplevine was indeed the issue, so they did actually do what they were supposed to, and that the blooming will occur shortly. Back in the village, it turns out Jule was the one to bloom, and is subsequently chosen as the Alm of Wood by the fairy. Jule joins the convoy, and we gain the elemental vessel of wood. Again, I honestly can't tell you what the fuck it does. Out of combat, it sprouts like these little tree platforms that you can ride. And now we have Jule, our last party member, which, again, I think I was with Corey, based on the box art. I thought I was going to hate him. I don't hate him. I still didn't use him, though.
Yeah.
So actually, I think that wasn't a whole lot to go. Well, it was a whole lot / not a lot. It's like it's not a lot story wise to talk through, but that was a couple hours of gameplay technically. Because next part is when basically the story gets into the third act, so I kind of want to stop there. So we went to Guju, which again is a really, really big open area with lots of stuff in it. But again, it's like I can't talk about it because, well, it's not that I can't talk about it, but I mean, what is there to talk about? It's like it's more monsters, it's more stuff to do, more challenge. Like, there's also these other things like these elemental challenges you can do, which is basically defeat the enemies within the time limit, which you can do and collect these. Oh, I point that out earlier. So part of the game mechanics is that when you gain these elemental vessels, you gain access to these little like elemental nodes in each map that you activate with the vessels to gain like elemental points, and using those points is how you level up everyone's skill tree with each vessel. So I mean, it's not crazy, but that's just a thing. More mini bosses and stuff like that. So the party learns what happens to Liza, and we also learn that Liza is still here and is still considered the Alm of Earth even after all this time has passed. They go down, they find Gnome. Hilariously enough, me personally, again, I just said I like power leveled before I came here, doing every single ruin and every like extra thing I could for levels prior to coming here. That giant mole boss lasted about 3 seconds because Palomina just used New Moon and it died nearly instantly. And so I have no idea what that boss fight actually even looks like. So that was a thing. Then getting out of there, we sprout the Jack Seed. More of the meat of the story is dealing with Joulet, considering he's the last party member we gain. He, again, has like a different kind of side to it. His people, I guess, are very incredibly long-lived, so they're doing that anime thing where it's like he looks like a kid, but he's actually like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years old. But he's very just like, well, if there's no Alm, there's no Alm. Guess we'll just die. And the party's just like, well, why don't you just not do that and try and find what the fucking problem is? And he's like, well, I don't know what the problem could possibly be. And then he thinks about it for all of half a second. He's like, oh, maybe the giant evil plant that moved in next door has something to do with the fucking problem we're having. So yeah, it's kind of goofy, but it's like, oh, really? You think the big demon plant might be causing problems? And Joulet is kind of, again, I didn't think I was going to like Joulet because I don't like children characters. They just annoy me. But because they are kind of playing into the fact that he isn't stupid, like he is really old, and he actually does lay down a lot of lore, especially going forward because he has been there for this world in the past for a long, long time. And
he's like 1,000 years old or some shit.
Yeah, he's very sassy. He doesn't really take a lot of shit from people. Is very like curt with them, and I actually find him quite funny. Just because people try and give him shit, he's like, lol, no you. And so he's pretty fun. I don't really care for his singing all that much because it doesn't really sound like music. It just sounds like someone talking.
You don't like his guitar hits?
Not really. Song 1001 is a hit. I'm like, no, it's not. Don't stop. Please stop.
Don't stop.
Give me that guitar for a second. I just want to see it.
Yeah, just give me real quick. I just want to look at it. Yeah, so then we have Joulet, which is our last party member. I did not use him, which was kind of weird because the game says he's like, oh, he's a healer. I'm like, why would the healer be the last thing you give me? And this isn't really commentary on Visions of Mana, but more commentary on like the whole, because a lot of them do this where they like drip feed you your powers throughout the game and party members. And we're already well into the game. As you'll see, we actually don't have a whole heck of a lot of story left. There's a lot of gameplay left, but not a whole lot of story left. Where, like, at this point in the game, I'm already set in my ways. Like, I have my team set up. You giving me more stuff is not going to change that, because what I'm doing is working, so why would I change it? It's more fun in the future, I guess, if you wanted to replay the game so you know what Joulet can do. So you're like, oh, I'm going to do a different build throughout the game now that I know when he's getting into the party. But you just simply don't have as much time with Joulet as you do with the other members of the party. I think as on average, like most people are going to be most connected to Karina or most connected to Morley, you know, as you've spent more time with these characters doing other things. And Joulet's whole arc is just like, don't be stubborn, essentially. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of lame. I don't hate him as a character. I just don't find him very strong. And just JRPGs introducing all this stuff to us, again, like the Earth Elemental and like the Wood Elemental vessel. I'm like, I don't care. It's cool. I switched everyone's classes just to see what they looked like. But I'm like, my team comp is good. Like, I'm set. I'm good. I'm done. So I don't need to use these. And I have no use for them at all. And so I mean, that's all I really thought about this section. Again, it's kind of short, but we're going to get into another really big story section here in just a minute. But Jordan, you feel anything with Guju or dealing with Jule and stuff like that?
Jule, that's that thing with he was just hanging out and you woke him up and then was finding out that there's that evil plant next door. This is the spot where I actually found out how useful Jule was, and I actually put him on my team. I was afraid to have him on my team. I was even afraid to call him a he because he looked like a she, but whatever. I was just like, okay, yeah, you're a guy. I guess that's what it is. And so I put him on my team because I finding out looking at his traits, because I held off until this long to mess with anybody's spells or anything, to do anything with the traits, because I wasn't sure about it. I saw him on the cover and I was waiting for him to show up, and then that's when I noticed, okay, he's got to be the last one. And then that's when I started fixing with everybody's elements to see what they were good at. And then I just saw it. He was a freaking badass healer on his wood side. And so I threw him on that, and lo and behold, he was just throwing out heals left and right, and he had a giant hammer that he would smack you with. So it was like I felt like I had a cleric almost, where he was just like a holy warrior, where he could just heal everybody, but he could beat ass too with that giant hammer. And then I had brought out Palomina. She was in her bubble. I put her in that blue water dress. And then I had Morty. I believe at this point... Or no, I had Val. I don't think we had gotten to the point yet, or maybe we did. Is this? Yeah, okay. I think this is it. Yeah, where I got Morty to wear his samurai uniform, and then that's when I was in love with Morty. Like, yes, that fucking bowl cut. You covered it with the hat. I love it. Now we can do business. And then that's when I had him rocking the fucking katana. And this is when I actually finally was able to add up all the moves from those stupid bears with the honey crap, and then get me all I needed. And I just started power leveling all of them with it, because I saved up all my honey. Well, not my honey, but all my points and stuff to level up all your shit until this point. And then that's when I just smacked all of them with all the shit, gave all the magic to Palomina and to the little boy. And then gave Morty all the stamina and the speed and all the attacks and shit, so he would just hit like crazy. And then this is when I had the team that was going to basically write out the rest of the story. This level itself was a lot of talk again. He was bringing up a lot of things from the past, but I could not stand the fucking guitar solos. It was pissing me off. I really wanted to just grab it from his hands and snap it over my fucking knee, but... we're not at that point in technology just yet.
I mean, this is kind of like where I kind of got into my like final build as well. I guess more about passives. You get a lot of these things called ability seeds, which can either give you like spells or attacks or kind of like magic throughout the game that you can attach to your characters, like free of whatever elemental vessel they have. And you can make some broken ass shit. And the best part is that unlike a lot of games, they allow you to stack the effects that are the same. So when I say that I had Karina do her class strike, I had like 2 ability seeds on her that one increased her class strike damage by like 25, another one by like 50, for like a total of 75% on top of like the damage boost she gets from like the fucking elemental vessel. So her class strike was like an AoE nuclear fucking bomb that does like it every single boss I did it to, at minimum, it did a quarter of their health bar minimum, and it was usually more. Like Val, I just fed into his tankiness. Like his main DPS was just using the water hose, as Corey has said. So I just made him tanky as fuck. He had a ton of HP, and if he did hit you, it was still gonna hurt. But his main goal was just to stay alive in case the other 2 died, so he had to res them. And then Palomina, hers was the most broken, because I had shit like, not only was she really good at recovering NP for doing literally nothing, but she had like, I gave her one that's like, if you crit an enemy, it reduces their magic defense. And then I stacked crit chance on her, so she's bombarding them with this spell that has a multi-hit crit chance on her, consistently bombing them with like anti-magic, like magic down, buffing her magic up, and she just became like a nuclear bomb for the rest of the fucking playthrough. Like her new moon spell is just like, I use this and then I win. It just worked for everything. And the only times it didn't work is when the AI just wasn't doing it, and I had to personally control Palomina to make her do it. But yeah, you can get some crazy builds with the kind of stuff you can pull with the vessels and the ability seeds and stuff like that. And I like the freedom in class building. Like I said, I love being able to stack same effects, because if you just really want to pigeonhole into one thing, being able to stack on that one thing's damage is great. So Corey, how do you feel about this section?
I didn't really use the kid at all. I don't even think I even humored throwing him in my party. The like, I like the forest environment. Like, it's all really nice, and like it's about to get, like, as we get closer to the mana tree and stuff, it's like they really kind of do a really good job with the vegetation and stuff. The wood element is not bad. When you use it in combat, it creates a tree that has AoE healing. So I used that for Val a little bit until I was like, all right, I'm going all in on damage, because like my philosophy in RPGs is like, I don't need high defense if I can kill it faster than it kills me. So I just started really stacking up like attack points on that one. The other part that I thought was kind of funny is just getting the earth element was a shovel.
Yeah,
It's just kind of, yeah, it's like, of all the like stuff. I mean, I guess like it's kind of humorous and on point with the fact that the and I think these items are across all games. I know that the elements, like the elemental characters, are across all games, because like the salamander guy's like always been this like sassy little salamander dude and whatever. But and then gnome has always been gnome, but like he's just, here, take this. It's like, is this just a shovel? It's like, yeah.
I found it in my shed. Do you want
Use it to dig rocks at things. It's like, are you sure this is the special one? Or just like something you grabbed from Lowe's? It's like, those are the same. I don't know. I mean, this section, like when you get to the town, I like, this is the second time that you've gone to Guju, right? Like the first time the first time you're introduced to it through like the introduction of the game, and then this is kind of
Val's. This is the first time Val's.
The first time that Val has been there.
Yeah.
So this one wasn't like that. It kind of was like busy, like traveling stuff. I mean, it's just filler text, I guess, for lack of a better term, as opposed to the next time that you come back to this area. Yeah. But I feel like all this was really just kind of ramping up to get the last party member, so that you can just kind of like, all right, the gang's all here, and then that, like, because we're hard stopped into like the third arc, so like it's just kind of pulling the party together and then kind of getting us all in one place and having access to the world map, so we can either go do a bunch of stuff that we couldn't do before, or now kind of hit that last leg. And so it wasn't really like super impactful to me. I was just ready to like make the decision on if I wanted to go back and start doing side quests. But when I started noticing side quests were reappearing in towns after I cleared them, I was just kind of thrown off a bit of going, are they generating these so that I can find other ways to make a lot of money? Or is there actually a finite amount? I don't want to sit here and do side quests in the first town for like 30 hours, so I'm just gonna keep it pushing until I decide I want to do some other side quests and stuff. I actually didn't go back and do the temples until right before the final boss fight, because I was like, oh yeah, I have those things, maybe I'll get some cool stuff. But I had already found better weapons than the things you get at those temples. I was also I did one of the temples when I was 20 levels under, and then when I went back around and did the temples again, or at least completed them, I think I was like at the same level of the temple, if not like higher. And I think I was more disappointed with those temples too, that the enemy that you fight as the final seal, like you do like the seals and you get into the temple, that it's kind of just another one of those like rival enemies or whatever it is, instead of it just being like a boss. I don't even care if it was a recycled boss from the area. That would have been fine too, but like a rival version of the boss from that area, I think that would have been nice. But it's just like a very strong version of like a common enemy. So it's like, oh, okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, this area was it was fine. Filler text for filler text's sake. And I still don't think we have all the elements just yet because I think we're missing light and dark.
Yes, we're missing light and dark still. We don't have them all yet.
Yeah, I do like the costuming though for Earth. Earth's costume was kind of cool, and the wood costume was really cool for. Like, I think that's what I put on Morley because, like, he just looked like a samurai. So I was like, yeah, that's pretty dope.
Same. I was just like, I don't use you, but you look like you have the drip now, my man. So there you go.
It's like, these cutscenes are about to be lit.
Yeah. All right. So,
there's like two things that I wanted to point out. I was like quickly looking through this section. There's something that like really stuck out to me because of the amount of time that I played Kingdom Hearts. Watts looks like the exact same kind of creature as Vivi, which apparently is also in a Final Fantasy game. So is there like a type of creature that Vivi is? Because Watts is literally the exact same thing.
I don't know.
Vivi is a construct. Vivi is so complicated, it's really kind of tough to explain that.
Yeah, because they also look like Heartless.
There's like one of the entire overarching storylines in Final Fantasy IX is trying to figure out what the fuck Vivi is. And there's an entire race of him, but they're all being manufactured and stuff like that. But that could be its own episode about like Final Fantasy IX because there's a lot of crazy shit.
Final Fantasy lore with Corey for the next 9 hours.
Watts looks the exact same thing except he has a beard.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Watts is supposed to be human. I don't know what his deal is. I was like, you're a dwarf, I guess. I don't know.
I was like, the other thing is, they were trying to grow the plant and all that to get on top of the cliff, and yet when they realized, they're like, oh, the plant's not going to grow, so we just scale the cliff. I was like, what difference does it make? You're gonna climb something. It's either the cliff or the plant. You wasted like 3 days or something trying to get the plant to grow. So it's just like, you might as well have just climbed the cliff and save yourself some time.
Just use the boomerang to make platforms.
Yeah, I still would have argued they'd probably take longer climbing it, but yes, it was a very weird workaround. Like I said, I just think they should have just made some fucking stairs at this point, but whatever. Or just, grow one plant and then just keep watering that one plant. All right. But anyways, we're going to get into some more heavy stuff. Not as emotional, but we're going to get basically set up for what is essentially the rest of the story, like all of like Act 3. So the convoy is nearing its end, as it is only a short trip to the Mana Tree from here. But first, they set out to find Eorin in order to gain Hina's Core Stone back before going to the tree, because they know he's on his way here because he said he was going to. So close to the Mana Tree, they find Eorin attempting to use Hina's Core Stone to help pry free the legendary Mana Sword from its resting place in a rock that has only been mentioned in passing up to this point. The sword, that is. Eorin recites his mission to get the sword, and with that, use its power to free Liza and stop the sacrifices. Val acknowledges that he agrees, and what he says is tempting, but he needs to pull through for his other friends who want to see their duty to the end. The rest of the party backs him up. Eorin goes on to further explain that in the past, no alms were needed as sacrifices when the Mana Tree and other things like it were separated from the world of mortals when it was called Fadiel until the realms merged together into one called Kidiel, the one they know currently. Eorin uses Hina's Core Stone to imbue the Mana Sword with power, assumingly. I actually have no idea what happens here. Shattering the rock he was on top of and freeing the weapon. However, it also freed a mysterious man, Deilophos, who absorbs Hina's Core Stone and takes the Mana Sword for himself. After fighting the party, they realize he is much stronger than them, but he is held at bay by Trent, the guardian of the sanctuary, allowing the convoy to escape. Back at the Beastwatch, the party asks Joulet about what he knows. He informs them that Deilophos used to be a hero that tried to overthrow the Mana Goddess, but was sealed away in the end, his powers being scattered and connected to the ancient Benevodon beasts that he had once bested. The party surmises that Deilophos will likely try to resurrect the beasts in order to cause havoc for the Mana Tree, and And thanks to him letting slip the words Earth, they guess he is headed to Guju first, so the party sets off to beat him to it. However, they arrive too late, as Delafos has already reclaimed his power in this area and awakened the Benevodon. In the process, he cuts down both Eorin and Liza's statue, and Val ends up turning both of them into core stones, but not before Eorin pleads with Val to remember their dream of a world without sacrifices. The party leaves to confront the Benevodon Gareth, battling him on a sea of sand aboard a broken ship. It was metal as fuck. The party is victorious and even claim the elemental vessel of light while they're at it because it's just lying around for some reason. With the monster temporarily defeated, as Benevodons can't be actually defeated, they basically just reset him to basically put him to sleep, I guess. They ponder what their next move will be, where Palomina chimes in, suggesting they visit scholar Eighth, who resides in Lagrazzo Dark Archives, where they find the Alm, where they may find the Alm of Darkness. Once at the Dark Archives, the convoy meets with Eighth, who tells them they must go to the Passagian Tome Spire in order to find the knowledge they seek. Once there, the convoy fights their way through monsters to get a specific tome that Eighth uses to make a weapon called the Corpedo that will poison Delafos. The party plan on ambushing him at the Benevodon, but he surprises them by coming for them first. Eighth is successful in using the Corpedo on Delafos, weakening him, but he still has enough strength to go for the Tome Spire to release the Benevodon. The convoy reaches the top of the Tome Spire and confronts the Benevodon Zabel Far, where they emerge victorious. Afterwards, Shade, the Elemental of Darkness, and the Fairy appoint Aish to be the Alm of Darkness. Discussing their next move, Palomina tells the party of a name she heard Delafos utter when they confronted him earlier, Cerulia, and wonders the significance of it. She suggests going to the Radiant Playhouse where they conduct the play of the story of Delafos to see if they have more information. The convoy leave Aish to study more on the subject and travel to the Isle of Lorimar and hope to make contact with the Alm of Light along the way. That's good enough for now because the Isle of Lorimar has a bunch of shit going on with it. So, basically, we basically got to the mana tree. We were like right outside of it, where we run into Eorin again, where I don't know what exactly he does with Hina's Core Stone or why it was needed. I'm going to assume it was just like a power up to either him or the sword to get it free of this like rock that was trapping it. It's not really explained why. Because these Core Stones are basically like little balls of like little rocks of power, essentially. So I'm assuming that was the logic there. And then this guy Delafos, which we've heard nothing about up until this point, absorbed Hina's Core Stone and fights you in like a boss battle. But as I said, I am completely over-leveled and mopped the floor with him in like 2 seconds. But they do the whole thing in the cutscene where it's like, he's too strong. And I'm just like, nah, man, round 2, let's go. Like, this is only going to get harder. I know it is. Let's fight now. I'm like twice his level. But so we fight him. And then we basically retreat because the big Trent Guardian dude restrains him, and now they have to figure out how to deal with this Delafos thing because he has Hina's Core Stone. So they go back to Guju to try and head him off, and they meet him by Liza's statue where they find Eorin. Basically, Delafos attacks. He basically attacks, kills Eorin, and shatters Liza's statue. Eorin dies, Liza's died, and Val turns them into Core Stones again. Eorin's like, you don't like, I don't expect you to forgive me, but don't forget that we can still change the world, sort of thing. So he's still an asshole. I still hated him, but you understand why he felt this way, and what he wants isn't a bad thing. So you have to fight the Benevodon, which is kind of a hype boss battle on top of this like ship in like a sea of sand. It's really cool. The only bad thing about it is that you don't actually fight him. It's like a turret segment, so I can't use my powers against him, which kind of blows, but oh well. Then you just kind of find the light vessel lying on this decrepit ship for no reason. You grab that, you head to the Isle of Darkness, and also there on the Isle of Darkness, I didn't say it, but in the middle of all that, you also gain the Vessel of Darkness, so now you have all the elemental vessels. So you meet that guy called Eighth, which he's not a bad character, but he gets annoying. And again, this is hours of gameplay because lots of stuff happens on that island, but just a lot of it's not completely relevant to the main plot. A lot of character work with like morally, like kind of seeing that he has feelings for Palomina and stuff like that. Like he gets jealous when Palomina's talking to Eighth and stuff like that. And then like the dark vessel, you can like grapple to stuff. The light, what the fuck does the light vessel do actually? What, do you remember what it does, Corey, for traversal? The light vessel. Do you remember?
It creates like a. There's two things that it does. One of them, it activates like a beam of light, that a puzzle, and then another one, it'll create like a string of light that you attach yourself to and kind of shoot across it like electricity.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, because it doesn't become relevant until this next section. Okay. Um, and they're both cool. Again, I don't really know what they're really like in battle since I just set with my same party I had this entire time. But this is the best time, which I wish I did because I did a lot of backtracking, like pretty much right prior to this moment when it would have made the most sense. Because once you have all the vessels, you have access to everything on the maps. So this is a great time to backtrack and go get all the stuff you didn't get before. So you can traverse the entire world now because you have all the vessels. And now you have the Vessel of Darkness, or the Alm of Darkness, which is 8th, which the few times you get him acts like Hina. He's not an actual party member. He's just like off to the side casting support spells, which is kind of weird. I don't understand why they didn't just make him a full party member, but I guess there's like 5 is enough. I don't know. So he's just kind of like a side character. And you're trying to learn more about this De La Fosse guy and about how he used to be like a hero of the people. And you learn about these Benevodons that are like locked under the earth and they're like super big bad evil. And now you're kind of caught up trying to deal with this De La Fosse Benevodon thing at the same time trying to get Hina's Core Stone back from him. So, Jordan, you have anything to say about these sections?
No, I don't. I hated the dude. He was pissing me off. I mean, it was funny that like everybody looks like they're at like a normal average size, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Handsome with the fucking Goldilocks hair is like
Handsome.
Fucking like 9 foot tall, fucking ripping abs. Just like, hey, I'm mad. You guys took my girl. I'm gonna take the world with me, kind of sense. And then he got all these stupid ass mid bosses that you got to fight and deal with. I was so pissed off when I was so close to that fucking tree just to be told. I was like, all right, and this is when we make the game longer. I'm like, no. Oh my god. Even though I wasn't power level or anything, I was just, I went to the same thing where I ran through his ass and I was like, oh sweet. So the game is almost over. And then he pulls that shit out of his pants and I'm like, oh my god, this is going to get really stupid really fast. So this is the point where I just got fucking pissed off that I knew that this game was going to be a lot longer than it needed to be just because of that bullshit that he did. I was just pissed off.
And here I thought you were just having a lovely time the entire time. I didn't realize
I was holding it inside, but I was not happy that it got longer. It's
internal joy.
Yes. as I'm cutting myself, I'm just kidding. I just was just not happy with it. I wasn't pissed off exactly, but I was just like, this is the filler, just like Wild Arms. They're gonna make it longer, and here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't agree that it's filler, but we're not at chapter 7. I don't even know if we're at chapter 7 at this point, but they definitely drag it out way longer than it needed to be. Like, all of this is still relevant and important, but good lord, does it drag at a certain point. But yeah, all right. Corey, what do you think of? Well, 2 things for you actually. What do you think about these sections? And 2, is De La Fosse a guy from any past Mana games, or was he created just for this game?
My understanding, he's a new character specifically for this game. The other thing is, what was the Benevodon because we do fight one of the Benevodons, right? Is that the
Well, you fight in what I just discussed. We fight 2 of the Benevodons. So you fight the Earth Benevodon and we fight the Dark Benevodon.
Okay, so you fight the 3-head thing and then you fight the worm.
Yes.
Okay, so the worm thing was really fun. Because it's different. It's weird because it's the only boss fight in the entire game that plays like that. Which is like fine, but there wasn't another like moment. Like, I don't think they could have done it where on the pirate ship you could have fired cannons off and fought the Kraken while it was distant before it comes back to the ship and you fight it face to face and kind of like have this mechanic that you're gonna see again. But they kind of only ever use it on that point. And it kind of, I don't know, it kind of gave me like these Borderlands vibes just because of like the art style of the game and like what it is that I'm fighting. So it's just kind of like, oh, a giant weird worm monster guy. I got it. The 3-headed thing. I was so Benevodons too are recurring monsters within the series, and I forgot about the 3-headed thing with the like chick and the Joker faces, and so I got to that boss fight and I was like, "What the fuck?" Because that's the one, right? It's not the Cyclops thing.
Yeah, no, you're right. The dark one is the like 3-headed wall thing.
And in the video, like I'm like, oh, I'll kill the 2 side ones first, but she brings them back. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna focus fire then on the centers because I was like, I killed the stupid side heads like 3 times. But I when I saw that one, I was like, okay, these boss designs for the end game stuff are getting kind of cool. Like, we don't have the doofy Kappa guy anymore and like his Speedos and swim goggles. Like, she was kind of like imposing looking. It's like, oh, you look like you're going to kill my party.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. And then, starting at the end of what we were just talking about and going all the way back to the beginning here, when the dude gets the sword and he's like, oh, I'll fix this. And like, lets loose this guy. I was like, who the fuck is that? And he's just like, I'm a problem. You're like, oh, oh shit. And, it's like, of course, this was something that was going to happen where like nobody could have seen this coming. But it's kind of nice because it's like, I think it would have been weird if I just knew about this dude who's like a legendary something or other like the entire time. But for it to be another, like, but wait, there's more moment in the story, it's kind of like, oh, shit, okay, here we go. We got more new stuff to make me interested in what's going on. And then, like, I think my favorite part about him is as his story is going to be uncovered, he's not evil for evil's sake, which a lot of the times in JRPGs and RPGs in general is like when you get to like the big bad guy, he's like, I want to be bad. I want to burn things because I'm bad. It's not a matter of perspective. It's because I'm bad. But like, he's an actual like complex character in a sense because you're trying to figure out why the fuck he's doing all this stuff. And, this is the part where it's like, as we get into that, it's like you think back to Val and Hina and it's just like, oh, okay. So like I really liked his character. I liked his design. I was like, this guy's a Final Fantasy character, like no doubt, because he just looks like a Final Fantasy character. And yeah, so like this was just another part where it was like, you thought you were about to get to the end of it all by killing your friend that was at the beginning of the game because it's like, oh, we made you play as the final boss, get it? But it's like, nope, that's not it either. We're about to freaking do this shit. Yeah. I mean, it's more filler, but like this was like the cliffhanger episode of like the end of a season, and you're just waiting for the next season now.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten to what I consider the big like kind of filler part, but we're almost there.
Yeah.
But so I guess continuing on, because I already said my piece on this whole situation. I lost my place. Dark Archives, Palomina. Okay, so when the convoy arrives in Lorimar, they find all the actors of the Radiant Playhouse unable to remember their lines. A problem as putting on the show about the story of Delophos and Cerulia is their method for summoning the fairy. Val uses the light vessel to help jog a bit of memories from the actors. They get a bit of Delophos' journey from meeting Cerulia in a war and finding peace together before taking up the mana sword for the goddess to fight the Benevodons. Soon Delophos comes and summons the Benevodon of Light, Celaphia, and the convoy must stop them. It's clear Delophos is becoming stronger, as he's going through some visual changes. And the party fights Celaphia. As I choked to death. After winning, Vals tries to ask her what Delophos' pain is, and in response, she only tells him that he has suffered the same pain Val has, which somehow in his thick skull of dumb hair doesn't, like, puncture through what she's trying to say immediately, but whatever. In light of his pursuit of truth of his enemy, Lumia, the elemental of light with the voice of Sonic the goddamn Hedgehog, names Val the Alm of Light so as making him both the Soul Guard and an Alm. So Val has become an Alm now and a Soul Guard because they never said the two things are mutually exclusive. The convoy returns to town, putting on the plane, revealing that why do I keep saying that? Val is their new Alm, much to everyone's delight. The convoy is joined again by Aish as they discover and if you remember, Aish is the Alm of Darkness. They discuss their next move as seeking an audience with the Goddess of Mana since she must know a way to defeat Deilophos. The convoy return to the sanctuary and make their way finally to the Mana Tree, but are stopped by Vadis, a dragon goddess and a protector of the Goddess of Mana. She tests the convoy's resolve through basically a glorified mini boss fight, I guess. Vadis sees them as worthy, and are those that may be finally what they have been waiting for, those that can make their own decisions, which is rude as that is. Rude to the other people who came before. Closer to the tree, the convoy is stopped again by stopped again. What the fuck? Why did I put again? So close to the Mana Tree, the convoy is stopped by Coda, Val's ancestor. Val. Why do I keep saying that? Val's ancestor and a guardian of the Mana Goddess, the one who started the Soul Guard tradition. He takes the party to the Mana Tree to reveal that she is locked in a long eternal slumber. Coda heard from both Trent and Vadis that the convoy is special, and thus chooses to reveal to them the nature of this world and how it came to be, and why the Mana goddess is stuck in this state. The world was once divided into 5 realms, and they maintained balance as mana flowed evenly through all of them. But the mortal realm began to use the mana for war and consumed unsustainable amounts of it, which resulted in the barriers between realms to break down and for them to merge, allowing the Benevodons to attack the mortal realm in anger for the mortals' greed. The Mana Goddess did not want to see the mortals suffer at their hands, and thus gave the Sword of Mana to Deilophos, who conquered them. But in the end, his love Cerulia passed away while he was off on this quest, and with his only love of the world gone, Deilophos swore revenge on the goddess, who has passed into a slumber after using her power to keep the worlds from collapsing and giving Coda the responsibility to take down Deilophos, but this ended in a draw, with Deilophos imprisoned and Coda slain. Coda scattered Deilophos' power across the lands into the Benevodons, but his hatred was so strong it seeped into the land itself, causing what the mortals understand as the prophesied disasters that occur when an Alm fails their duty is actually his curse and hatred manifest. The elementals held these curses back for a time, but could not do so forever. In an attempt to seek help from the goddess, mortals began to send alms as sacrifices to rejuvenate the stagnant flow of mana due to the realms being combined. Mana's power is closely tied to emotions, so those with great faith in the goddess were sent to give their life force to her as alms. Coda would turn those alms into core stones, an ability he passed on to Val, and use them to restore mana flow to the tree. This is the cycle that is maintained until the goddess finally reawakens. At the end of his explanation, the remaining Benevodons attack the sanctuary, but the barrier is strong enough to hold them off as they retreat. The convoy insists to Coda that they will return and offer their souls, but first must take down the remaining Benevodons and Deilophos. Coda agrees, but before they leave, he unleashes the hidden power of Ramco. Remember, Ramco is Karina's little dragon pet, who turns out to be Flammy, the divine beast. I'm going to assume this is a callback because they're like, oh my god, it's Flammy. I'm like, who the fuck is Flammy? Gaining the power to carry the party on her back into the Benevodons, basically putting Vusco out of a job because this is way fucking better. So we'll stop there because this is the part where I believe this is the most boring shit is what happens after this. So it's another big lore dump for the most part. Because we go to the Light Village, basically, and they're trying to put on that play. And he uses the light vessel. We unlock the light vessel. We go through the light dungeon. And we fight another Benevodon at the end, who's actually sentient and can speak. And she basically hints that Deilophos' whole pain is dealing with Cerulia dying, but which is, Val's like, I don't understand. I'm like, how the fuck don't you understand? There's so many parallels. And then weirdly enough, Val, who, is not a resident of this place at all, but the elemental's just like, you know what, you'll do good. You're the Alm now. And so now Val is an Alm. And not really knowing what to do, they need to talk to the Mana Goddess. They get there, they meet Coda, who again I'm guessing is probably a protagonist from the past games based on how it's presented to us, and learn basically the truth of the world, in the sense that the Mana Goddess isn't forcing people to do this. Basically, people saw that without something to be done, the mortals of this realm decided of their own free will to like create this Alm tradition. So it's not like they were forced, which was kind of my issue. That I thought was like the case before. And the fact that these disasters, these like prophesized disasters, aren't like just some like random natural like disaster that's going to occur if we don't sacrifice. It's literally Delafos's hatred seeped into the earth to the extent that the elementals are holding it back, but with the mana flow being out of whack with all the realms merged together, they can't do it without like more mana. And yes, it is quite literally those people who basically are the best and brightest among people. Like, love does count. So like choosing someone who is in love with a lot of emotions does give them more mana power. So people being selected like that to be an Alm is not unusual. So it kind of makes sense in that sense how Hina and like Liza would have been chosen. And so we like all the blocks are falling into place on like why and how this tradition started and why people continue it. But we also get a hint of hope because it's like, oh, so shit was only breaking down because Delafos was the issue. So if we deal with Delafos, maybe we don't have to deal with this Alm crap anymore, because then all these disasters wouldn't happen, you know? So I really like this part. I'm not gonna not too much detail into it. It's just basically like a lore dump, like a bunch of explanations, not a whole lot to like look into, more or less. But it made the world seem a lot better in my eyes. You know, this wasn't some demon tree just eating people's souls because you do it or die sort of thing. She doesn't want to do this, but the mortals decided to do it of their own free will so they wouldn't die, essentially. So I think that's really interesting. I think it's really cool that Val became an Alm because that adds a whole nother dynamic to everything. They have to like double down on finding Delafos, not only to get Hina's Core Stone back, but he's basically becoming stronger and stronger, and he's like actually could like fuck up the Mana Goddess if they let him do it. So we get a bunch of backstory on this, more Benevodons. We get the Super Ramco, which is Vuskov 2.0, except she can fly and is very, very fast and is way easier to traverse the place. I wish I did this first before I decided to backtrack everywhere with Vusko, because holy crap, does it is a whole lot faster. So, and then at the end of it, we realize that all the remaining Benevodons are unleashed, and we have to go deal with them. So that is where we stand with the story. So, Jordan, how do you feel about this section?
This one was, it was just a lot coming at. I did, in fact, I started feeling a little bit more better after the fact once it was explaining the reason why he was acting like a complete douche. So I wasn't too upset about it. I was just like, okay, yeah, he's just mad because, you know, he lost the one that he loved. He went through all this shit to fight all the Benevolons by himself because he was the only one that could do it. And out of all of this, he lost his most prized possession, so therefore he's taking it out on the world. So I kind of understood that a little bit more, so it did help. But at the same time, I was still just really, at this point, I was kind of figuring that, you know, everything is now coming to play where they have all these Benevodons that you're now going to have to go traverse all the areas, and that's when they turn that little cute little thing into this giant, you know, next upcoming bird-like thing that you're going to ride and fly all over the place. But yeah, I was just like, okay, now I don't get to fight him right off the bat. I have to go fight all these stupid guys first, and sure enough, they're going to take a while. It's not the battle itself is going to take a while. It's that I have to redo all this stepping through to get through to the bosses, and you don't get to just one. You got to fight the mid boss before you fight them. So it's just like it started to weigh me down quite a bit. I was actually starting to lose a little bit interest in the game after that part was starting to tell you basically that you're at the end, but we're putting stuff in the way to make the game last a little bit longer.
Yep. 100% agree, and we're about to get a little bit more into that section because, like I said, there's stuff to be said about character, but as far as gameplay goes, I'm right there with you. It was a fucking slog. So, Corey, what about you? What about you? How do you feel up to this point?
Very similar. We got some more filler text here that's building up into like what essentially becomes a boss rush. The lore information about De La Fosse and stuff is like kind of nice at least. But
wait, you would know. So is Coda a protagonist from the last games?
I it's weird because like the person I think of is from Secret of Mana, so I'm not exactly sure if he's mentioned in Secret of Mana.
Well, I mean, because like one of the pre-order bonuses for the game was like Val has like that Soul Guard outfit, which is the same outfit that Coda's wearing. I just kind of assumed that Coda was like a protagonist of one of the last games, just because of based on everything they were saying, assuming these worlds are like continuous, you know.
Yeah, because it's weird because I think of like Randy, which is the funniest thing, but he's the main character of Secret of Mana, and his outfit doesn't look anything like that. So I think maybe Coda is just like the first one, and that they kind of like refer to him in every game, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, anyways, what are your thoughts on this section with the lore dump and whatnot?
Well, I definitely was excited about having the ability to fly everywhere. Now that in Ramco's like transformation into like the super dragon, like never ending story dragon thing is reminiscent of that dragon is in like every mana game. Like finding out that De La Fosse is like super pissed because it's like he's like, yo, I wanted to do this shit and then everything kind of went south. I want to fix that. And it's like, that is kind of what Val could have been doing, but Val chose to do like another thing. And then him becoming an Alm too, it's like, well, there you go, you dipshit. Granted, he probably wouldn't have become an Alm if this stuff didn't happen, but he would have ended up joining her anyways because he is also an Alm, so that they both would have given themselves to the tree, but like, there's no way for him to even have known that anyways, so it's kind of
being together in death ain't the same as being together in life either, so
but like, yeah, so now it's like, hey, you have to do this. There is no like question anymore because it's like you are an Alm, so you must go with the others. And it's kind of crazy he could be selected to do that thing. But at this point, I'm kind of like, I'm on board. Like him getting turned into the Alm, I was like, oh, that's really cool. And I did like the other character that they met, like Aish or whatever their name is. The like the
Alm of Darkness, Aish.
The archive guy. Like he's kind of a fun character, and I do agree. I kind of wish he was a character. I don't know what he would have been because they kind of cover all the basic
he would have been like a buffer caster or something like that, I guess.
Yeah, or at least like it would have been kind of a bookend if they made him like a Hina character where he's always there.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, I can do what she was doing at the beginning of the game, but we're now at the end of the game, and I'll join you because, he's traveling with you. So like, where is he though?
Yeah, he's just in the back.
He's just watching you get your ass kicked. He's like, man, you guys should try harder.
He's a nerd, so he can't do anything physical.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would have made sense for him to be a healer. Or at least maybe not a healer, but like he does like, buffs and debuffs and stuff. But, this part of the game too it's leading up to that boss rush mode. And so it's kind of like we're wrapping on some heavy shit that we're getting as a player for what would basically become like our major goal or our major resolution of the entire story is delivered through this point and the one that was right before it, because De La Fosse's character is just so like kind of thrown at you at 100 miles an hour, and it's like, hey, this guy that you've never seen or heard of, he's very important and this is why. And it's very
important to the journey that you're on because he also did it, and now he was going to just basically kill everyone. Deal with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I do like I'm not sure if this happened in this point yet, but like I like how De La Fose's character being like the big bad guy and how they're like, well, if we just plan accordingly and we'll make our way to where we need to go, we can do this. But he's just like always on top of their shit.
Yeah, he's basically a demigod. Like
Yeah.
he's like nearly omnipotent, essentially. So it's like, yeah, they keep trying to plan and do all this shit, but he's just like, nah, fuck you. I'm
He's
powerful.
like, I'm already there, or I
Yeah.
already did that thing, and you're just like, God damn. Like he does present as a very big problem, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah. All right, now the worst part of the game. Behold, as I summarize the next like 6 to 7 hours of gameplay in a single sentence. The convoy travels across the world, taking out all the remaining Benevodons while tying up loose ends for each character's journey. There you go. That's what happens for the next like 7 hours. Now, like I said, it's only because it doesn't directly relate to the main story, but I'll go into a little bit of detail on what happens. Again, save a lot of gameplay for when you want to play. And I know I said it's the worst part of the game, but character work is important. So basically, essentially, this is the backtracking portion of the game. You have to go back to the Valley of Wind. You have to go back to Illistana, the City of Water. You have to go back to Aetern. You have to go back to Tiania and deal with all of their Benevodons. Tiania you can't do until the very, very end. Oh, and you have to also go back to the forest, the Jule's place. I forgot its name. The Burrow is what he calls the Burrow. So when you go into these places, you're basically locked into a story section where essentially whoever came from that place is going to have their like, man, I've changed a whole lot on this journey. I've learned so much, and this is how my ideals have changed and helped me along this whole journey and stuff like that. Cut, paste that for everybody. Literally everyone. So unfortunately for me, I chose to go back to Jule's place first because it was just the closest. But what's stupid is that you leave from the Isle of Darkness, the Ashes place, the archives. So you go from there, go to the tree, go to the burrow. You get there, you talk to Trent. Trent says there's bad shit happening. Trent's kind of sick because of all the corruption that's happening. So you have to get back on Ramco, go back to the fucking academy place, or the archives, get a potion, go from there, go back to Trent and give it to him for him to tell you to go someplace else and fight the Benevodon. It is such like meaningless back and forth. I'm like, just don't make him sick. Just tell me where to go. God damn. Because the Benevodons themselves are not that difficult. Again, maybe it was just because I was over leveled and Palomino was just completely broken at this point. But every time the fight themselves wasn't the issue. It was getting to the fucking fight that was the issue. And this entire time, Jule's like, man, I've done so much. I've learned to change my worldview and not to just accept things as they are, that I can try and change them, which is a nice thought. It's a good sentiment. But Jule hasn't been through a whole lot with us. Again, a casualty of being the last party member. Like, you're only through the game from like halfway point to end. So like, granted, he is a much older character technically, so I mean, doesn't have to learn that much, I suppose. But I just felt like his story was definitely like the weakest compared to everyone else's. Because you go from that to like, we can just go from that to, I'll just do mine how I did. I went from that, I went to Illistana next. Dealt with Palomina basically stopping in, seeing how her brother's doing. He's overworking himself and got himself sick. Then the Benevodon of Water, which, by the way, that alligator thing looks sick as all hell. I love him. Has basically stolen the water, this unlimited water orb from Illistana. So you have to go with Palomina to fight him, and Palomina's having her little brother is doing his best to rule the place, but he's like really distraught because Palomina promised to always be with them, which is really sad. And she's like, you know what? I will find a way to stay with you. Kind of, she doesn't say in too many words that she's like, oh, I don't want to die. I don't want to be the Alm. She's like, I will find a way to be at your side forever. You know, I'm not going to leave you, little brother, which is really sweet. But I guess it is kind of finding like a reason, like each character's having a reason not to die. So when later events happen, they're not opposed to it. So her little brother gets better. We defeat that Benevodon and get the water back. Then we go to Karina's village where the Benevodon's basically causing like a mini hurricane. Like the winds are very vicious, and she has to move this. Karina and Morley's were probably the best. She has to move this big rock because Ramco, the asshole, doesn't just want to just fly over the damn thing because it's scared. And the only idea they have to move this giant rock instead of using all their amazing powers, they just like, let's just take the rock and push it somewhere else. And so they have to, she tries to convince the village to like help her, but since she's butting heads with all of them, she just ends up basically pissing everyone off, but somehow in the end that makes everyone endeared to her, I guess. So the whole village just pushes this giant boulder out of the way, and then Ramco's like, okay, I'll fly now. And I'm like, you asshole. Granted, the story reason is that beyond here is where Karina lost her wing when she was trying to save Ramco, so it's like, oh, it's scared. I'm like, I don't care if you're scared. World's at stake. Fly. You only have to fly like 2 feet over the rock. We can walk the rest of the way. So it was kind of sweet because the village comes together and finally helps Karina because she's just stubborn and wants to help her village finally. She values them and she kind of reconciles with them, so she finds a reason to stick around even though she wants to, like, well, not really stick around. She basically, like, she and Shioran, or whatever the fuck his name was from the beginning, they kind of have a relationship thing going on because he was the only one that like gave her the time of day because she's so hard-headed, and she's like, oh, I want to travel the world, I want to see everything there is to see, you know, kind of giving her a reason for kind of wanting to live. And you go into that place and you fight the Benevodon and everything's good. Then you go to Morley's, where his is the most interesting, at least because people have started to move back into a Terran now, but the like frog Benevodon god thing is like causing everyone to go completely insane, including everyone in the party except for Val and Morley, which is kind of funny because Palomina, Jule, and Karina are just acting completely insane. Well, Val and Morley are just like, oh my god, I can't stand being around them. They're so fucking annoying. And Morley's like, I need to go do this thing. And Val's like, don't you leave me with them. I laughed my ass off. That was so funny.
Yeah, the like people losing their shit.
Yeah, so you have to go into this. This was probably the dungeon for this one was probably the most interesting, because you have to do the time travel shit to go through this giant castle thing, fight that Benevodon and take him down, which kind of frees the souls of all the people who got absorbed by the magic sand. And I think he was like the king of a Terran back in the day, but he comes in like spirit form telling Morley that, hey, you know, it wasn't your fault. The giant hourglass could not have been felled by a child just climbing on it. That's ridiculous, which is kind of what I thought when I saw the whole thing, so it makes a lot of sense. So it was done by some act of sabotage, that all this guilt that he's been carrying around his whole life like isn't warranted. It wasn't his fault. He sees his mother's spirit and has like a reconciliation with her. I thought it was really, I didn't cry, but I teared up a little bit. I was like, that was pretty nice. He has resolve. He has closure with his mother finally. And he has this like weight of all this guilt he's been carrying around for years and years and years taken off his shoulders. And he wants to see a Terran return to being like a really nice place that people love to visit and live and stuff like that. So kind of giving him a reason to keep going. So that is all of it. That's like the Sparks Note version of all of people's stories. And then you unlock Val's, which Val's is very important and very sweet also. So you go back to Tiania. And of course, when you go back there, you talk to your old master of the Soul Guards and be like, hey, Hina's gone. And he's like, I kind of knew because the volcano's acting up. And so you go talk to the village leader, and she's like, oh, well, you know, that sucks. I mean, I'm not going to blame you, Val, but you have to tell Hina's parents, which I thought was going to be an amazing scene. But first, you have to deal with the Benevodon that's in the volcano. So you go there, and with the help of the fire elemental, who we haven't seen up to this point for some reason, he's a feisty little guy. He's fun. He's a little like seahorse fire elemental, which I really like his name. I like the seahorse. I don't know. It's a fun design for like a fire elemental. He's like a rad skater dude. So you go through the volcano, you fight all that and do that dungeon, and then you come back with Val, and you have to. And, Val also talks to his parents, because again, he, you know, when you're in such a distraught state, you know, you find comfort in talking to your parents. And Val is, you know, he's. I actually don't know if their ages are actually stated, but the oldest he is like in his early 20s. So he talks to his dad being like, "Hey, can you help me? I need like guidance." And he's like, "Val, you've always known what to do. You're not stupid. Like you always forged your own way. You don't have to just go along with the flow. You know what's right and you know what to do because you just make up your own mind about it." Which is a really cool message. And then he talks to Hina's parents, who are very sad to hear that their daughter has passed away. Obviously, who wouldn't be? Um, but Val's getting really upset because they're not upset with him; they're just upset that she's gone. And Val basically says that he might as well have killed her with his own hands, which I guess on some level is right. But let's be real, you got fooled into that, dude. It's not completely your fault. Um, but he's like, I wish someone would treat me as a monster, because he thinks he killed her, and then they forgive him, they hug him. It was a very touching scene. Then they reveal that there's a fucking letter that she left for him because obviously when she got chosen as Alm, she knows she's not coming back, but Val is coming back as the Soul Guard, so she left him a secret note, a secret letter in the place where they first met, which again is really sweet. He finds it, he reads it. I'm not going to read it word for word, but she basically more or less says like, "Hey, I got chosen as the Alm of Fire. I know you're going to come back. You know, we had a thing. You know, you're very close to me. I wish I could have stayed, but I gotta go," and stuff like that. And you get to see like a spirit version of her like standing beside him. I'm about to cry. Fucking shit. It was very emotional. It was fucking. I loved it. But gives him closure, basically saying, you know, like, "Hey, you got to keep going even after I'm gone," and stuff like that. And so he gets closure with everybody that's important to him right now, and give him the resolve to carry forward to the very end. So that was probably the most important part about that whole section. But like I said, that's like 7 or 8 hours of repetitive gameplay of fighting like mini boss, then the Benevodon, mini boss, then the Benevodon, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like it's kind of aggravating, but there's important character work in it. But it's all kind of like having to put the main story on pause in order to address all of it. So it's kind of aggravating in a way. It's important things that needed to be done, and there are very touching moments, and you're completing everyone's story arc. But it just in the context of having the main story be just complete pause, because what the fuck is Delafos doing this entire time? Just standing around with his thumb up his ass, apparently. Because I feel like he could have killed the Mana Goddess like 6 times over in the time it takes you to do all this shit. But anyways, I'm not gonna. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, because I know this section is a slog. But is there anything about it you want to comment on, Jordan?
No.
All right then, Corey. Is there anything about it you want to comment on?
I just like outside of the boss rush, which is literally just character development for or at least wrap ups. I liked the Val one a lot. Going back to his hometown and having to like. You don't see that in a lot of other RPGs either, like JRPGs in particular, where it's like, hey, go ask your parents for advice and all that, because it's usually you're like an orphan or something like that, so it's just like,
yeah,
you're home, like you feel like you're home, and it's like you're not there because you succeeded, you know, you're kind of like, it's almost like losing your job and having to move back in with your parents type of thing, and you're just like, man, what the fuck am I doing? And then you get that like, you know what you have to do moment, and it's like, oh, okay. And the letter too was really like kind of nice. Like when they said like, hey, there's a letter, I was like, oh fuck, this is like gonna be some heavy shit now, because of how hopeful it is and how she wants you to go do better things. Like she's telling you to like have your like, you know, continue living your life after this like thing, please, you know. And it's just like she knew exactly what the fuck was happening, and you know, it also makes the other parts of the beginning of it like that much more sad, because she wrote this letter before even starting this journey, but then when you see her in the story, you're seeing her with the doubts of continuing because she wants to live. So like she had all of this like positivity about being chosen before you meet her, and then it's just kind of like, oh damn, like this is pretty heavy shit. And it's funny because it's such a cutesy, whimsical game, you know, and I think whimsical is the word of the day for me. But you know, it's like I'm glad that the game kind of focuses on some like heavy shit rather than it just being like, it kind of has that the visual style of something that you would expect for it to be like over the top cutesy all the time, but it just doesn't do that. And this like returning home empty-handed is a really like important scene for the story to me, I think.
Yeah, it was very like, I have to reiterate, people are interested. You have to play the game or watch it for yourself. I am not doing these scenes emotional justice for what is, because like I said, I am giving you the Spark Notes version of what's being said, not exact words. And the exact wording is very beautiful and very like meaningful, especially in Hina's letter. Um, yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's just I don't know how to say. I agree. I absolutely kind of adore the story. I like the fact that they set it up to be dark, like right at the first get go, established all these dark kind of things happening with the sacrifice of the alms, and I'm like, all right, if you're gonna do this, you have to address all this crap. And sure enough, they pretty much did. They satisfied me very thoroughly with what I was asking for in terms of like stuff they needed to address throughout the entire story. And as you'll see as we work into the end, it all culminates into what I think is an absolutely fantastic ending. So. That being said, we are past the hard part, so we are in the home stretch now. So after all that's done, after they have dispatched, after all the Benevolents have been dispatched, they track down Delafos to Entwine Bridge Pass. This is a place we've been before, where he proclaimed his promise to Cerulia. The party fights him to a standstill as Val tries to appease him by invoking what Cerulia would want, while Delafos still laments that his one wish was taken from him and curses the entire world for it. He breaks the mana sword in disgust for using a tool made by the goddess and attacks the party again, but is repelled by the elementals saving the convoy. But he has fled and headed right for the mana tree. The convoy follows and you see that the sanctuary is steeped in his curse, causing the whole place to distort and show memories of the past, of alms that came before, and more intimate look at Delafos' backstory and grief. As in, you see a scene of like Liza when she led her group. You see scenes of Delafos' past. You basically learn that the whole story was that Delafos fought in a war. He met Cerulia. They fell in love. They went to go have a quiet life away from everybody. But the Benevolents appeared. The goddess of mana called on Delafos as a hero, and he asked the goddess to protect Cerulia while he was away. He goes to fight the Benevolents, but it turns out that Cerulia was basically just killed by basically a mugging gone wrong. Like just random thieves killed her because you see one of Delafos' friends try and talk sense into him. So that's kind of the reason why he curses the world, because just random humans took Cerulia from him. So he curses the mana tree for not protecting her and protecting his one wish for all the shit that he's done, and that humanity is the one that took Cerulia from him. So that's why he's angry at like literally everybody. So, and this whole section is basically a boss rush between all these little cutscenes. You fight a bunch of past bosses, except they're like super powered now. There's not much to say about it. The only new boss you face is like a double golem thing, where like they're like two like major elements, which is kind of interesting. That was kind of a fun fight. So we also learned that their party is the one that Coda has been waiting for, ones that can change the world and hopefully end the cycle so the goddess can finally awaken. So he was kind of waiting for just something to change to hopefully awaken the goddess. The party faces off a final time against Delafos, now fully corrupted. He's basically like turned into this giant demon god form, essentially. He's just full of evil magic. He seems to gain the upper hand, but the spirits and wishes of Yoren, Liza, and especially Hina reach Val and his convoy, and through their power, Val reforges the mana sword that they took when Delafos broke it, and strikes down Delafos. As he lies defeated at the foot of the mana tree, the goddess of mana finally awakens and spirits Delafos and Cerulia's souls off to the next life, basically saying stuff like, Delafos's and Cerulia's spirits are so intertwined that because it's explained when the souls go to the mana tree, they're basically like pretty much recycled and reborn into other people in the world. So she's like, your love is so strong, your connection, you'll find each other in the next life, essentially. It's kind of sweet. Even for Delafos is a pretty nice ending despite all the shit he's done. The goddess addresses the party next, informing them that the mana sword and its wielder are the ones that get to choose the future, and she will acknowledge whatever they choose. So the convoy backs him up for him making his own decision, and Val proclaims that they need to build something new, without a world without sacrifice and loss. He lifts the mana sword up high, proclaiming what he wants his future to be, and then we cut to credits. And then, so we do that, the credits roll, but then we have the best after credits scene in the universe. So after the credits roll, and during the credits, you get to see screenshots of like the party like doing what they set out to do. Karina, like, you know, exploring, Palomina back on the throne, Morley overseeing a Terran, shit like that. So obviously that they didn't have to sacrifice themselves to the mana tree because Val created a new world without the Alm sacrifice. So after the credits, we see that after the credits, basically people are gathered around a guy in bed and they're saying, you know, Grandpa Val, Grandpa Val. And it turns out Val lived to be an old man and he died of old age. So he passes away in his bed, surrounded by presumably all the people he grew, like younger people that he helped nurture in Tiania and, you know, help forge their lives. But he dies. And he awakens by the mana tree. He awakens, he looks over and he sees Coda. They both kind of wave at each other. You know, Val's a little confused, like, why am I here? And then I'm just interpreting this because they don't spell it out for you, so I'm interpreting this how I saw it. Because at some point, Coda does call the goddess his love. Coda does. But so Kodo just waves at him and walks away and kind of like disappears, kind of saying, I guess, Val is the new guardian of the mana tree. But then the goddess of the mana tree comes down and it looks like it's Hina now. So Hina, I guess, is the new goddess of the mana tree, or whoever's love it is of whoever the guardian is the goddess of the mana tree. I don't know how it works. I'm just saying what I saw. So she comes down. She basically turns back into how she used to look. They're both young again. And they like embrace, swirl around, you know, he's like, well, you know, I have a lot to tell you now. I did a lot of stuff because, you know, obviously he went on to live a very full life after he changed the world. And they both embrace and they're finally together after so many years. And I'm trying not to cry right now because, God damn it, I was crying for like 30 minutes after this. So, yeah. That's how it ends, very sweetly. Val and Hina finally get to be together in basically the quote-unquote afterlife as guardian and goddess of the mana tree. So it ends very, very sweetly. For this last section, Jordan, do you have anything to say? I mean, gameplay-wise, too. I know I'm just talking about the story, but I mean, there was a big boss rush of stuff to do at the end there, along with the final boss battle with Delavos, which is kind of a fuckfest in and of itself. So, What are your thoughts on this last part of the game?
Yeah, the fighting stuff was fine. I really didn't have any issue with that one. The Delavos thing, I had to learn from what he was doing, and then I eventually got him. He was a pretty easy guy. Like I said, I had my setup with the three people that I spoke of earlier. I had Morty with the samurai clothes, and he could throw out the giant forest of healing, so everybody would just be in this giant forest full of heals. And then I had the little onion boy with being able to heal everybody constantly. He could heal the entire party at this point, so everybody was constantly being healed. And then you got the girl, Palomina, with the freaking bubbles that she could throw at. So every time she throws a bubble, it immediately creates like a critical. So I'm just up there swinging on people, flashing around with my katana sword, just dealing damage while we're just invincible basically at this point, and then just watching as his health drops, and then he ends up going away basically. But you know, it was a pretty deep story. At the very end, it did hit me too. Finding the one that hit me the hardest though was the part that when you saw that he was old age and he passed away from his little kids and all them surrounding him, and he woke up or he appeared in that location where the mana tree was and saw the girl of his life being there, and said, "I'm sorry it took so long," and all that stuff. It was a pretty good story. I really did enjoy it.
it's very touching. I mean, I mean, as far as gameplay goes, I had a little bit of problem with Delphos, but I realized it was because Palamina's AI, for whatever reason, was not spamming New Moon, so I had to switch to Palamina. As soon as I did, I nuked him down. But I was just like, why is he not taking damage? Because my damage dealer isn't doing what she's fucking supposed to be doing. So I just switched her. I was like, New Moon, New Moon, New Moon. I win. But I mean, but even though at that point the levels did catch up with me, I wasn't like over leveled. I think I was like maybe like 2 levels over Delphos, I think. So I mean, he wasn't terribly hard, but I was at least on even footing with it because he was doing damage to me. I just fucking could do more. So Corey, what are your thoughts on this last section of the game?
I really thought Delphos's boss design was freaking sick. Like, he looked really dope, and for him being like a giant enemy instead of the classic shorter blonde haired dude, it was just that fight was really fun. There's a lot of movement in it, and what was it? I did die on that fight the first time I fought him, but I wasn't paying attention and I spammed all my heals too soon, and then he did some like black hole move that pulls everybody to the center and then is an immediate wipe, I guess. So I was like, oh shit. But then I did it the second time and I beat him. And I don't know if the overall ending, I thought was really nice. I was kind of confused at first because of all the kids saying Grandpa Val and stuff. I was like, did he just have a family after this, or is it just kind of?
I took it as
a translation thing, maybe.
I think because based on how a village like that operates, I went under the assumption that it was he became the village elder or something like that. So everyone would refer to him as Grandpa Val.
Yeah.
Because I just don't see Val. I could see him moving on with his life, but I don't see him falling in love with someone else to have kids.
Yeah.
I think it was just because I think it wasn't just kids by the bedside, it was a bunch of people. So I think it was just the villagers of the village, gathering around their elder or something as he was, passing away. So that's how I read the situation anyways.
Yeah, because at first I was like, well, maybe maybe it's just kind of something that they say because they're younger children, and it is in a sense of sensei level type of oh, you're the guy who's in charge of us, so there's a ranking sort of thing, so maybe a translation thing. But I thought it was a really nice ending, for them to be able to be together. The other the reforging of the sword was pretty cool. The second form of Delphos is also pretty dope. Me and Delphos were the same level when we were fighting, so it wasn't really all that bad. Granted, he doesn't necessarily he has immunity or strong resistance to 4 elements, and so there wasn't a lot of crits that were happening, but I was using Karina's light. I was the queen was dark and Val was still just water, just tanking everything. It was the lead up all the way to get to this fight was just, that was obviously a very long-winded thing. Plus I was going around I was finding ultimate weapons at that point. So I was finding ultimate weapons that weren't ultimate weapons because I had better gear than the ones that I was finding in those temples. So I was like, oh, all these stupid side quests I'm doing. I just decided against it. And it's kind of funny because I wanted to, I thought I was oh, when I get back from Japan, I'm going to pick up the game and then finish it. But I didn't realize that I had saved before I left 2 hours before fighting the last boss anyways. So I kind of was stuck in that whole zone for a while, and then I realized it's oh, I am at the end of the game. I didn't realize that was so close. But overall, it was a good wrap up. I did go back and do the extra content, so I guess I can mention that here. After you beat the game and the credits roll, you get a new game plus, and then you can start your old save, which ends up starting you in the sky before you go to fight Delphos. And there's a new quest at the kingdom where
you left, become king, your like younger brother, and it's another micro boss rush where you have to go beat 4 things, Benevodons that are all pissed, and then This is the weird part because what was the squirrel guy's name? The like asshole.
Passar.
Yeah, Passar. So he is doing some shady shit where it's like evil for evil's sake kind of thing, because he's like, I just want to be the evil king, and I was going to resurrect this demon thing, and I'll use its power to become evil. And it's like, okay. So the crazy part is when you get to that area where the demon thing is, he's like, you're too late, I resurrected it. And so he summons this dragon that's like fucking huge, and it looks really cool. And the first thing the dragon does is eat him, so he dies. And then he's like, well, I'll fight you guys, and then we'll just go from there. And he killed me once because he's really strong, because it's a super boss. And I eventually beat him after doing a little bit of grinding. And then I go back to beat Dilphos again at like level 70-something. I did beat like every boss in the game, and the dragon thing was really cool, but he wasn't as interesting because they kind of just roll him into the like, oh, I'm the evilest evil there ever was to be evil. It's like, okay, well, that's fine. I mean, you're not really going to top what else is going on. But I can really appreciate the like wrap up of like Val and Hina's story, and that being the only story, because they don't really like dive too much into like love interests of the others and like what are they doing and what's everyone else doing and does everybody else have families. It's like that really doesn't matter. Like they still get their like kind of happy endings that are implied, but it's mostly about Val and Hina's ending. And like I'm glad that maintained focus like all the way through.
I am glad too. Like you don't usually see that. Like you said at the beginning, it's like they were set up at the outset to be like the love interest, and it makes you more endeared to them, I guess. I don't know. I found it really tough. I'm a sucker for love stories like that, and it just touched my heartstrings so much, and it was so satisfying that despite everything, they could still find each other in this way in this afterlife. More kind of afterlife, like they're spirits, and again, she's presumably the new goddess, and he's like the new spirit, so they have all the time in the world to be together, and it's kind of beautiful in that sense. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely fucking adore this game. Probably has warmed its way into the top 100 somewhere. I don't know where I put it yet. Because there are just a couple things I just want to touch on about the game, just in general, that I just don't know where else to put. Like, the only time I died in the game was when any enemy was just like, AoE petrification, and then everyone's petrified, and I just lose, and I'm just like, well, that's fucking lame. At least kill me. Like, just I have not played a JRPG yet because I know that's a thing in other JRPGs, as I alluded to. I saw Jordan having to deal with that shit in Wild Arms with like some guy that puts you to sleep all the time.
Star Ocean 2 does the same shit where it's like your whole team turned to stone. It's like, well, that sucks.
Yeah, it's like, and hit me until I get out of it, It's the same logic. It's like if I was playing Pokemon, it's just like, oh, he spams sleep powder, so your whole team's asleep, so you just lose now. It's like, well, that's fucking lame. Just kill me. It's like, just give me a chance. It's so stupid. It's the only time I ever died in the game was dealing when I just got AoE status affected, and then I just lost. I was like, that's a really shitty game mechanic that has no place in the modern day. I don't understand why this is still a thing. That was fun. I mean, that was like one negative against it, but I mean, I really like the story. I really like what they addressed with it. The gameplay is really, really fun. I did a lot of content in the game, like 90% of it. Like I pretty much cleared almost every single map of everything. I didn't do the greater elemental things because some of them were really stupid. Like the dark one was like, hey, kill 3 waves of enemies in 20 seconds. I'm like, no. I don't even know how to begin to do that.
The move that could do that takes 20 seconds to cast.
Exactly. Well, it's like I can clear 1 wave in like 2 seconds with a class strike, but then it takes forever to charge back up, so I don't know what you want from me. The other thing that I found weird was that at the end of the game, there was still a tier of the skill tree that was locked to me. Like I never found the items to increase to the last tier of the skill tree.
You only get access to it if you do the bonus content after.
That's
it's
stupid.
Not only that, but they're all passives, right? Because there's also a new game plus. So the
passives are all the most powerful things.
Yeah, game, and so you get the new game plus so that you get to continue with all the stuff that you have. The passives for that last tier are 100 elemental points each.
Yeah, that's if
you got the clovers, you can get it, but I got one of them. But some of them are crazy. Like the one on the darkness one is there's a 5% chance that you'll just instant kill whatever you're attacking.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of lame. That go through the whole game, you have to go to New Game Plus to actually get to your maximum potential.
Well, the other thing too is that I don't think I got all 10 ability things because you can get up to 10 abilities. But
yeah, I didn't get that either. 8. I got 8. I got 8 for everyone. I never got that last one for any of them.
Yeah, and I did notice that the one Grizzly Syrup guy, or no, not the Grizzly Syrup guy. If you go to it's the Nicolo coins.
Yeah.
He has the items to unlock that last section, but you have to have 200 of those coins to get each one of them.
Jesus Christ, fuck
and that's steep. But if you just beat the bonus boss and do the other stuff, you get those items for no cost. Those are the only ways to get it.
What level did everybody beat the final boss at? Not the secret special boss, but the actual that final boss.
I think I was 67 or 68. I think that was what I ended on, something like that.
Level 100.
60. I was 66 and then 71.
Okay, I was level 51 when I beat it.
That must have been a nightmare fighting him.
No, it was fine. Like I said, I died only one time when I fought him. Once I figured out what his patterns were.
What level he was?
He's 66, I think, or 67.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was because I was optimizing everything. I would go back to those ruins, and before every boss fight in the ruins, I'd eat the maximum XP cookie item, so I'd get maximum returns on everything.
My characters were eating cookies all the time. The other thing that's kind of crazy,
and now they have diabetes.
Yeah, they're all I'm very strong but sick. The dark power that I had on the main, I was using. It's like Attack on Titan when they're really big, because it's like a gravity pull move that if they're light enemies, you pull them to you, but you pull yourself to them. So I could just grab his face from anywhere on the field and pull myself up to it so I can just hit him for criticals. And also, Delafos, when I don't know what move it is, but there's a move where he's charging with his arm. If you hit him in the arm, it'll cancel that move out.
Yes, and that's what I was having Palomina constantly, because she would throw the bubbles. After I was fighting him and I lost, I was like, okay. Then I kind of figured out what his patterns were, and I was like, noticing that, if you hit his arms, that's what's actually causing the most damage, and it cancels out his attacks. So I ended up having Palomina throw out those bubbles, and it would just attach to his arm, and if I hit it, it would critical it, and it would just knock his arm off, and I would just keep doing that, and he basically couldn't do anything. And then it was only until the second phase where he'd be throwing that stupid electric gate move coming at you, and you had to figure out where to go so you wouldn't get hit so hard.
Yeah, see, my Palomina's the new moon thing. It just the AoE is so powerful, it just covers his entire body. He was even resistant to the moon fucking element, but because of how powerful Palomina was, and I also just reduced his magic defense with every time I hit him with it. It was just this constant barrage. It was death by a million cuts.
Yeah. The boss fight was really fun, though. I think they did a dope job capturing the visual of the mana tree, because that art, there's
that
the graphic. Gorgeous. Yeah, the graphic of that mana tree and people standing in front of it has been around since the initial release of the original game, and so seeing it in 3D and being wow, that looks exactly like the drawing from all those years ago. It's so dope how they stayed true to the art style. And even the creator of the game, he was approached by people do you think you should adapt the game to a more modern audience? He's I'm making this game for the fans of the Mana series.
As
it's like good.
As sequels of series should be made for.
It's like, okay, so let's look at it in the grand scale of things, since that question probably was not asked to him before this moment. If we can just pretend that question was not asked. If there are 16 games in the series, and he's got 15 under his belt, and then you go up to the 16th one and go, do you think you should change it? It's like, no, man.
Also, go fuck yourself.
It's the 16th one. Why would I change this now?
Right. Because they probably don't even know there's 16 of them. It's like, yeah, it was just Secrets of Mana and now this, right? It's like,
what's crazy because there's like, I think half of them are like mobile games. Like there's Sword of Mana and
a lot of them were on the DS and like
there's even an iOS
a lot of them were like Game Boy and DS. Yeah.
I think the iOS and Android one is called like Echoes of Mana or something like that. They released like some phone game version of.
I think they had a gacha game actually.
I think it's Echoes of Mana because it might be like all of the characters from.
I also
the games,
know it's shut down.
Yeah,
unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, so I guess we can go into final thoughts about the game. I mean, I adored the story. I was a bit hung up on it at first because I was like, this is a really weird kind of setup. But like I said, they addressed everything I wanted them to address. The gameplay was so that I loved exploring around. I loved fighting the enemies. I loved seeing all the new abilities I got as I got all the elemental vessels and stuff like that, making broken ass builds. And when I finally got my team down, I was very satisfied running and seeing how much we could take before we finally cracked. Yeah, but I adore the story. I really love the characters. Like I said, this game has easily wormed its way into probably my top 100 somewhere. I'm really interested in going back and looking on the Mana series now that I've played this game. I'm very happy I bought it and I have a physical copy. It's probably my favorite game of the month we've done so far. It's at least when it comes to like new games to experience that I've played. And that's saying a lot because I really like the original Resident Evil remake. But there's something special about this. It's a nice, good JRPG that wasn't too time consuming or frustrating. Just very nice. It was very nice to look at. Good story to absorb. I really, really, really enjoyed it, and I feel like it's gonna fly under a lot of people's radars, unfortunately, and that's a shame. But more people should know about it and play it themselves. It's a very good game it's too good of a game to let slip by you, honestly. If I had to give it a score, probably an 8 out of 10, 8 or 9 out of 10, something like that. Very high. There's very few. Most of my problems that I have with it, I could probably chalk up to being minor inconveniences or just like small confusions that I don't understand. But yeah, I might play this again in the future. I'm kind of like Corey in the sense I don't replay something immediately. I might play it again a couple of years down the line. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm very glad I played it. It's going to live rent-free in my head for a very long time. So I say 8 out of 10. Jordan, do you have any final thoughts on this?
Yeah, through the beginning to the end, even though like I was talking about where we had to go through with those additional freaking people you have to fight just to add on a little bit more to the game, I still liked it. I mean, even though it was definitely prolonging the inevitable of me kicking that guy's ass at the end, it was still like the designs of the characters, and it was kind of nice to go back and revisit those places because sometimes it's just like you're kind of asking a question that you're just like, I can't remember what that place looked like. I don't remember. There was that one spot that I enjoyed about. I just can't remember exactly, and then you're basically going through that whole exact mapping again. You're kind of getting a nice review of exactly what was going on. The whole idea of how everything came into be was definitely a big eye opener for me. I really was just thinking it was just going to be some small JRPG game that some people really have a little bit too much love for, and it was just like, I'll play it. But now I've actually came accustomed to this is a really good story, great music, the voice acting was great. The troubles and tribulations that came along the way that really adapted yourself, being really close to the characters was really awesome. The fact that you could feel upset about something and feel really sad and feel very happy and full of joy definitely tells you that they did a great part in the storytelling, and the fact that everything kind of tied in together with easy gameplay, the great fighting mechanics and such, it was amazing to me. I enjoyed it from the beginning to the very end. There was no issues with me. So I would probably say, and I also wanted to add in, because I didn't get to say it before, I want to say it before I forget, but the level that I really liked the most was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was the one that you're basically reversing time, and it's like throwing you in, and you're jumping in between both time frames. Like you're jumping in when the building was demolished, and then going up to when it's brand new, like it was back in time. That was so cool. It was like the fact that you were jumping between different time frames, and it was just rebuilding destroyed places and then putting it back together. That was
when you're dealing with Morley's Benevodon when you went back to it.
Right, yeah. I love that level. That was so cool. The original style, how they put everything together with that. I have never seen that before in a game, and I just thought that was so damn cool. On top of that ice level place that I talked about before, where I just loved the music. It was just so cool. But the fact that you could check out your different types of clothing that you had, again, the hairstyle that some of them had just bothering me, but again, we finally got it taken care of with the nice hat. It was all cool. I would give this game a 9.5 out of 10.
Very nice. All right, Corey, what are your final thoughts about the game?
Thoroughly enjoyed it. I like Trials of Mana and other Mana games. Like, I knew that I was getting into, I suppose, my expectation was that I was going to be playing a casual RPG and kind of have like a nice, chill, laid back adventure that's not overly challenging. And, because like I love my Dark Souls and I love playing those types of games too. And so it's like every now and then I like to switch it up. And so I was like, I thought the demo was great and wanted to get into Mana because it's like, oh, I can, really lay back and just play this game. But like, I was really invested in it, which was really nice too. And like, that was just the bonus because I already liked the visual style in the gameplay itself was very fun to me. That, like, to also have a good story, it's like, oh, okay, like icing on the cake for that matter. Like, I would very much recommend anybody that's a fan of action RPGs play this game. Yes, it's not really difficult, but if you are just trying to speed through it, like you will have uphill battles, but you can overcome them with proper dodges and stuff. Considering there's no blocking or perfect dodge, you just kind of have to stay the hell out of the way and then attack when you're supposed to. I would give it probably a 9 out of 10. Like, I really enjoyed this game, and it really does suck that I think that it's going to go unnoticed in a larger sense, but maybe it'll have a resurgence with people like hearing about it and picking it up off of like a used game shelf or something like 2 years from now. I know that not everybody can pick up every game that comes out, but this is definitely like one worth having on the library, especially if you like playing RPGs.
Oh yes, I very much thoroughly enjoy everything about this game. Yeah, like I said, I like it's a shame. I hope that this isn't the end of Mana, considering that the studio got shut down, unrelated to the game itself. But it's just like, I hope that's, if it is, I at least have 17 other games I can go back and play in the series.
What would be nice is, like, we've seen this happen before with like the Bayonetta crew, right? And then Nintendo kind of swooped in and saved them, and then they made Astral Chain, which is a very good game as well. And I know that that's like a whole separate game, but Nintendo could theoretically just see this studio and go, hey, how would you like to come here? And then let them make a game for Nintendo too, and just kind of build on that.
As far as I know, I mean, the rights for the thing are still owned by Square Enix, so it's like they could just make a game whenever they wanted to. I just don't think they find it financially viable. I don't know, because like I said, we don't know the exact numbers. I don't know if it sold well. It probably sold well among Mana fans. It was on the top charts for PSN, I think, for like the first week, I guess, when it came out. But
I mean, a lot of articles that I've seen about the game were talking about it in a positive light. It's just unfortunate that
bureaucracy kind of got in the way and decided to close the studio. But like, I hope that team either becomes independent of some kind and finds some funding to do something else. Maybe they can't call it Mana, but they could start an entire new franchise. I mean, we're about to see this with the Wild Arms guys. The Suikoden guys did it with Yuden Chronicles. The Wild Arms guys are about to do it with Armed Fantasia. So, we might not see something of Mana, but we might see something with a very similar title in like a couple of years from now, from the creators of. And, if I saw that label on a Kickstarter, guaranteed I would back it.
Right, just as long as I know who's working on it.
Yeah.
Edwin, I want to ask you for a score. Obviously, you didn't play the game, but based on what we've said and what you've seen, would you play the game?
Yeah. I was like, well, when we first asked, I was like, what the game of the month would be, I was more on the fence of it in the beginning, mainly because I didn't know, because we were going to be gone for half the month. I didn't know if I was going to even have time to even play it if I did get it. But I've also never seen a single bit of gameplay for any of the Mana games, so I have absolutely no idea what it was even about, what it was like, what the gameplay was. So it was just like that. I was like on the fence for it, but like I actually did want to at least try it. But from seeing it, it was like, this is something that I would enjoy. So I was like, now I just kind of want to play it now.
You can always borrow it, because
I was about to say, like, it sounds to me like you don't take advantage of your fucking brother-in-law over there's like a giant collection of video games.
Well, I mean, he was playing it when before we left for our trip, and then he was playing it when we get back. I was like, I'm not gonna have any time to play it by the time this episode comes out, especially for how long I tend to take on JRPGs. So it's just like I'm absolutely not going to be able to finish this, even if I did borrow it as soon as possible.
For someone who enjoys like Kingdom Hearts games as much as you do, I think that you would greatly enjoy this game too.
Yeah. I was like, I saw you playing it. I was just like,
this and it'll make sense. That's the best part.
Yeah. So I mean, there you go. Someone who knows nothing about it would gladly play it based on what we've said and what they've seen. I mean, I understand not picking a game up on a whim. Number one, I trust Corey's recommendations at this point, and number two is that I am totally okay with just being like, hey, there's a bottomless abyss. I have no idea what's at the bottom. Let's go, jump. I'm just like, I don't know what's down here. Let's find out. So I mean, I was in the same boat. I knew nothing other than the fact that Secret of Mana existed, and I had no idea what the gameplay was, what the story was, anything. I just knew it was a thing and people liked it. And I was like, sure, fuck it. Let's play the latest of the series. And I absolutely fucking adored it. I have like a new JRPG series that's super high on my list that I like. Like I said, I'm very interested in going back and playing the earlier iterations of the series. And I'm incredibly glad that we played this. And I'm so happy about it. And I just hope that more people learn about it and be able to experience it at some point. But I believe that carries us out for today. I'm very glad we did this, and that was fun. So, Jordan, if you want to, go ahead and take us out.
All right. Well, I guess we'll be wrapping it up. Thanks to Udon for hosting today's special. It's been great for us. We were actually able to get through all this. Like, again, it was a big eye-opener for me, being able to jump onto a game that I was very hesitant about to now being one of my favorites. So, thanks to everybody out there for listening to us. Be sure to follow us on the Spotify, Twitter, and YouTube channel to be notified of our new episodes. Rate us 5 stars if you enjoyed today's episode, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And for all you gamers out there, just remember to keep exploring, keep playing, and keep listening. Until next time, this is the Mediocre Rumble Brothers podcast signing off. Thanks for listening.
Probably our most positive episode.
Grizzly!
Hey, this is Corey, and thanks for checking out Mediocre Rumble Brothers. If you liked the video, please drop a like, and if you didn't, that's fine too. If you'd like us to talk about any specific games, drop a comment below, or feel free to discuss your experience with the games that we've mentioned in the episode. You can also listen to our episodes prior to YouTube on our Spotify. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you again soon.